Good evening, everyone. This is a regular council city meeting. Today is October 6, 2020. Due to COVID-19 pandemic emergency, we have to handle our city council meeting much different than usually we handle it. Due to the safety of our staff, due to the safety of the public. Now I'm going to ask our city manager to give us a brief explanation to the public. Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. The meeting of the Galt City Council is being conducted by teleconference/video conference in compliance with state and county stay-at-home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for deviation of teleconference rules required by the Brown Act. Members of the public will see the council members and city staff who are appearing via remote video/telephone connections. City council meetings will be held by teleconference or video conference only until further notice. Today's agenda states that rather than attending in person, residents may submit written public comments via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org prior to the council meeting. Any written comments that were received will be read out loud during the city council meeting by the city clerk on the appropriate agenda item, subject to the customary 5-minute time limit unless the same individual appears and requests to speak live during the meeting. We will take the live comments first, and then the written comments will be read out loud. We are continuing to use the webinar format that allows the public to provide live public comment using the Zoom webinar feature. Members of the public may use the link to enter the webinar as attendees. They should be able to use the raise their hand feature on the Zoom webinar to let us know if they would like to speak or should do so when the mayor announces the time for general public comment or when a specific agenda item is called if your comment concerns an item on the agenda. We request, as we do at typical in-person council meetings, that speakers provide their name and address when they are called on to speak and their line is unmuted. Attendees should also see a lower hand feature if they change their mind or do not want to speak. If you do not see these features in the Zoom module you are using it, it may be that your software is not up to date or because of another technical issue on the user's end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Call the meeting in order. Tina, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano.
Here.
Councilmember Farmer.
Here.
Councilmember Campion. You're mute. Where'd he go?
Kurt, you're muted. He's frozen.
I see him. Councilmember Lamson.
Here.
Mayor Sandu.
Here. Please rise for silent prayer and flag salute. Flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with the liberty and justice for all. Tina, please read the replay statement.
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, October 9th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, October 10th at 9 a.m. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Thank you. Next agenda item, council, any approval, addition, or delete, or addition on this agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item F4 if we can.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, and I would like to postpone item C2, which is the Measure Our Citizens Oversight Committee annual report. I'd like to pull that and postpone it to another meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. I'm going to prove, I'd like to ask other council member is consent. Other council member is okay?
Do you need a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is that what you're asking?
I don't think so need a motion, but I need a consent from everybody.
Yeah, I consent to moving the Measure R meeting, or I'm sorry, annual report to a different meeting.
I do too.
Thank
I'm
you.
fine with that as well.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. So next agenda item is presentation. Subject, recognition of Barbara Payne. She's a long-time resident here and she's moving to Texas. She's out there, Tina.
Yes, Barbara Payne is with us, and she has unmuted her mic so she can speak and hear us.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Barbara. Barbara, we are I'm speaking on my behalf on the council to recognize the Barbara Payne. I would like to say a few words, then I will ask the council. Miss Barbara Payne was one of my first friends in this town. She is the reason I first got involved in this community and start attending various events around town many years ago. She's also the reason I got involved in the city, as she appointed me in the planning commission back in 2012 when she was on the council. She's a kind, caring, and passionate individual that truly care the Galt and contributed to so much to the city, not only as a mayor, but not only as a council member, but as a community leader, volunteer, and friends, many other things. She encouraged our community to shop local, started a community garden, and led the beautification committee cleanup of our parks and streets. We will be greatly missed, but I'm glad you will be closer to your family. Good luck in Texas, and we hope you will come visit us sometime. Thank you, Barbara. You have a great leader in this city, and really we appreciate. Any other council member want to make any statement, any comment?
Sure. Hi, Barbara. I actually ran for city council because of your influence, and you were my mentor and my idol. And I just appreciate everything you've done for the city and how you've always had the city in mind in all your thoughts. Your grace and poise while being attacked and some hardships you've gone through was nothing short of a testament to your wonderful character. And what is even more impressive than your over a decade of service to this community is the fact that you're still involved and you're still serving on committees, the beautification committee at your wonderful age of young age out there, picking up garbage with the beautification committee, leading the community character coalition. It's just amazing. And not many people after they've been off council can say that they've stayed involved as much as you had. And your influence is greatly much appreciated. And sorry to see you that I won't have time because of COVID to spend a lot of time with you before you go, but thank you so much, Barbara. We love you.
And I'm going to pause and interrupt right here. I just got a text that she had lost connection and Leslie is trying to get her logged back in. So if we can wait for the next council member to say anything, I would appreciate it. I'll let you know.
All right, stand by.
Okay. All right, I think she's back now. Leslie, will you just unmute your mic and turn on your camera? Thank you.
All right, Sean Farmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Barbara, I know we spoke recently, and I know that a lot of people are sad to see you go. I know you're going to, I'm actually very happy for you, though. I know you're going to have a great time going back to be with your family in Texas. As you know, you and I met some years ago and really got to know you mostly through being involved with the city and working with you on the beautification committee. And we share a similar passion with trying to keep our city looking nice. And that's always been, you've always been a big advocate of that. And I have a lot of respect for that. As someone who's only been serving for 2 years and knowing, how rough it can be sometimes and what you have to go through, I can't really say enough about what it would be like to serve over a decade. I mean, I can't even imagine. You really have to have a true love for your community to do that. So my hat's off to you for that. And, and while you were serving on council, I have to be honest, I didn't always agree with everything you voted on. But what I can say is that I always knew with you that you always kept Galt's best interest in mind and you voted with your heart. So although, we didn't always agree, I always knew that about you. So I wish you well in your travels. Maybe if I'm ever out in Texas, I'll come out and visit you. I plan on going back there in the spring in the area. So maybe we'll swing by. So safe travels. And it was great having you in our community, and you'll be sorely missed.
Thank you, Sean. I just wanted to say that I didn't know that we didn't always agree. I thought you always agreed with me. And I also wanted to comment on Mayor Sandhu. The staff knows that when it comes to computers, I don't function well, but I promise you, I didn't break the computer this time. But I wanted to say to Mayor Sandhu how great it has been to get to know you as a person as well as your family. And I know that your heart is dedicated to this community. And I appreciate the kind things. And I'm glad that that I can say I'm partially responsible for you being our mayor. I'm very proud of you and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Barbara, did you hear mine at all, or did you get cut off for the whole thing?
I believe I heard all of Mayor Sandhu's comments.
Did you hear
Just
mine?
when I was going to make a comment, that's when it got cut off.
So if she didn't hear me, should I say it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had a beautiful speech while you were offline, Barbara.
Oh no, I didn't hear you. I just heard Mayor Sandhu. Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I just want to tell you that you're one of the main reasons I ran for council, and you are my mentor and my idol. And the grace with which you handled yourself and your poise when you were put through some things that no person should be expected to be put through while on council, just are a testament to your wonderful character and your over a decade of service, always keeping the whole of Galt in mind and what's best. But what I said, what really impresses me the most, Barbara, is that after 12 years of service to this city, you weren't done. At your young age, you're out there cleaning up garbage with the beautification committee. You're on the community character coalition. We can see you around town in your garden. And it's just so impressive, which we can't say about a lot of council members or past council members, that they have stayed and helped and really directed. And your help and advice with the youth commission, they're going to miss you too, because they all know who you are. And just what a beautiful thing you have been to this city. And I just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you, Paige. And I'm glad that I got to hear your speech. And I think one of the things that connected us was our deep concern for the youth. And even today, I do get emails from some of the youth committee students that have gone on to college. But it's been a pleasure knowing you, and I know that you will always look after our youth.
Thank you. Any other council member or city manager? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Barbara, we haven't known each other for very long, but I'll tell you the one thing, and I won't repeat everything that you've done that my colleagues have mentioned, but I will say this: the one thing I'm going to miss is your smile. Every time and you have a mask on tonight for your last hurrah. That's not fair. But you're always smiling and always so upbeat, and I appreciate everything that you've done for this community, not only serving on council, but certainly your help in the community after council and before. And so good luck in Texas. I'm happy for you. Sad to see you go. But have a good trip and back there, and a safe trip, and don't be a stranger. Come back and visit.
Thank you. And if I'm always smiling, it's because I really love working with this community. And I know that you council members will enjoy the opportunities that you have to make Galt even a better community.
Absolutely.
And I would look forward to visit when you come out to Texas.
Absolutely.
Any other council member, or I like to, Mr. Hines, if you want to say something on behalf of the staff.
Yes. Barbara, thank you so much. Personally, thank you for spending time with the new guy. You and I had coffee recently, and I've been seeking opinions on Galt's past, its presence, and its future. And I got more than I could ever hope for from you. And I thank you for taking some time to help me. And I can tell you, as your new city manager, I feel a lot more comfortable going forward after having spoken with you, and feel a lot more confident going forward as well. And I want to thank you for spending that time with me, and thank you for the knowledge. I really appreciate it. And Leslie, I believe there's something there for Barbara. And so if you can present those to her, we would greatly appreciate it.
I don't know if you can see them yet. I'm trying to get them in the camera, but it is beautiful pink roses. And thank you so much. Like I said, I don't know if you can see them, but they are gorgeous.
We can see them.
Oh, good. And, you know, I just wanted to make one comment. I know you have a busy agenda, but nothing that I could have done for this community could I have done without the support of the staff, as well as the organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, and just the community in general. And that's one of the opportunities that you have as council members to really accomplish some things because you've got a whole army of people behind you that will support you. And I wish you all the best. And I appreciate the time and dedication that you are making for this community, even though maybe we didn't always agree. Just the fact that you're willing to care and give so much of your time and energy is, it's an honor to know you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Good luck.
I was just gonna say, good luck, Barbara, on your new trails and tech.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the next agenda item. Public comment.
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments, except for brief responses to questions. No discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Due to the statewide emergency and social distancing guidelines, public comments may be submitted via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org and will be read out loud, subject to the customary 5-minute time limitation. Also, members of the public may participate electronically via https://us02web.zoom.us/j//86368124, webinar ID 880-9636-8124.
Thank you. Anybody on the Zoom webinar? The public comment, Rose?
Yes, we do have a few hands raised on the attendee side. So the first person I will let in to talk is Karen Schauer. Karen, go ahead. You'll need to unmute your mic. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Schauer. I serve as superintendent of the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager Hines, and city staff members. I want to thank you sincerely for this opportunity so that I can update you regarding the status of our school mitigation agreement efforts. First, I want to thank you so much for your efforts to support the conditions so that our district could work together with the Simmerhorn, Fairway Oaks, and Summerfield developers. We really do want to work together with our developers to achieve the future construction of a beautiful new school in our community. And you've helped set the stage so that our goal is to accomplish that. The good news is that we have been conferring with the developer representatives of the 3 projects, and we've provided planning and financial information, and we even have a draft mitigation agreement that we've shared with each developer. However, the work is not over, as we have no agreements that have been reached yet. And while a tolling agreement was suggested to help with needed time to accomplish this, we have withdrawn the tolling agreement. We're determined to focus our efforts on the process of entering into a mitigation agreement with the 3 developers. Again, we truly want to work with them to achieve the needed agreements that would support a beautiful new school in our community someday. Again, I want to thank you for your support to help us reach this point with our developer efforts. My hope is that at a future council meeting, I can share that we have reached successful agreements with the 3 developers and that we've worked together to develop or construct a future new school with the Simmerhorn, Summerfield, and Fairway Oaks projects. Again, thank you for allowing me to make public comment on our progress with you tonight.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Karen, still, this is not on agenda item, but if you have any clarification from our staff, Mr. Hine, you can approach him and he can approach you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Allison Ross. Allison, you're unmuted, so go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Allison. Allison, can you hear us? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put her hand down. Oh, I see that she's trying to connect to the audio.
Oh, I believe I lose.
If you unmute your mic, you can go ahead and speak.
Muted it.
Okay,
Okay, you can hear me now?
we can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Tina,
All right.
Tina, could you hear me? Tina?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes. Okay. Are you guys ready? All right, my name is Allison Ross, and I'm a citizen here in Galt, and I have concerns about a residence at 241 Oberlin Drive. And my family and I have had the misfortune to live next door to 241 Oberlin Drive for the past 13 years. So since they moved into the neighborhood. They have been a blight and a problem in the neighborhood. With the first year of them moving in, it was apparent that Mr. and Mrs. Gutierrez has had a hoarding problem. Multiple cars that are non-operable were parked, not only in their driveway, but in front of their house and across the street. These cars were being used to store junk in. Their two youngest children, at that time ages 5 and 2, were often seen unattended, playing in the street or climbing on the numerous vehicles that were parked around the house. This was not only that stuff was piled up high with junk and trash, like the backyard of the property. In the vehicles that were being used as storage, the children would climb into them and pull old clothes from them to often wear for school that day. Clean or not, they were always sent to school in clothes that they pulled out of the vehicles, numerous vehicles that were parked on their property. Many of the neighbors and I had talked with code enforcement and the police department about the condition of the property and how the children had to live in the filth. And if anything could be done, we were told that it was out of both code enforcement and the Galt PD's hands, but the issue was pushed by the neighborhood is when the property owners would clean up the property. But soon after they cleaned it up, it was right back to where it was. After the first 6 years of the Gutierrez moving into 241 and numerous complaints made to code enforcement and Galt PD, the hoarding problem had gotten worse. And in August of 2013, the house mysteriously caught fire and burned down. The fire endangered the entire neighborhood, but thanks to all the many fire departments that had responded to the call, they extinguished the fire. After several months, they moved across the street into a house that their daughter was renting. And they lived there for about 6 months as their house was being built. The entire Gutierrez family moved into their new home after it was completed. And within less than a year, the property was back to the same hoarding condition it was before the house fire. The neighbors started complaining to the code enforcement and Galt PD again. In 2015 came with its own new problems. The oldest children had kids of their own and moved back in with Mr. and Mrs. Gutierrez. The two youngest kids were now teenagers and following in their older brother Tobias Jr.'s criminal behavior. At all hours of the night, numerous amounts of vehicles would be seen doing quick stops, conversing with Tobias and the younger son, Hector. The new and the nephew of Tobias would also be involved with these quick stops. Tobias Jr. is known as a gang member and has been arrested many times in front of the house and often in front of his younger siblings and his own kids. And as soon as he was released from jail, he was back home with his parents, siblings, and his kids, and back to selling drugs and doing gang affairs. So, in conclusion, with the arrival of the Gutierrez family at 241 Oberlin Drive, neighbors haven't felt safe due to the gang activity and the chance of another house fire. And then there are other issues with the hoarding problems. The immediate neighbors that live near on either side of 241 have also had problems with pests. An example, cockroaches, rats, and the smell of garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Give us that information. Since this item also not agenda, I will ask Tab in brief and how we can handle this in brief description or something. Whoever in staff member involved this or aware of that.
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as some of you may know, Mr. Hines, and I believe Chief Sockman know, I was invited to a neighborhood meeting with the residents in the area a couple weeks ago. I attended with police officer, our community officer, TJ Gadati. Very informative. I'd missed a prior meeting that I'd been invited to, which had a conflict of schedule, but I was able to make this one. And they shared a lot of information. And I know there's, I know in this community we get residents that will time to time have issues with code enforcement. So it's a common thing. And there's complaints with neighbors and such. But really what kind of caught me on this one was that, we had about a dozen families in this meeting. And so it wasn't just a couple neighbors unhappy with their neighbor. Furthermore, I do remember the fire, and this is what really kind of jumped out at me was the fire issue because, I feel that now it had kind of taken this to a new level. And now possibly posing a risk to the entire neighborhood. This could happen again. Luckily, no one's life was lost. But again, this was very eye-opening. I did reach out to, TJ actually reached out to PD on return from our meeting. I know there's been some things that have been, I guess PD and code enforcement have been very proactive just since that meeting, since it was brought up again. So I don't know if Chief Sockman or one of the lieutenants could clue us in on what has transpired since, or maybe our city manager. So I'm going to let one of them speak.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if I may, we typically don't comment on public comment. Just be aware that the Galt PD and the Galt Community Development Department are aware of the situation and taking all the steps necessary to address the concerns of the neighborhood. We will continue the dialogue and continue all the remedies that we have access to address this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Thank you. All right, any other on a Zoom webinar, any written comment?
Yes, thank you. We do have another, we have a Sean Ross. Sean, go ahead and talk. Just unmute your mic and you're ready to go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hopefully you guys can. All right. So I too live in the neighborhood with 274, and I've lived here since the 80s. I grew up about a block away, and 241's the address, I guess, is the complaint. And I have a quick letter that I'm reading on behalf of my mom and dad, who still live in the house that I grew up in, which is near me, because they were unable to be at this meeting today. And so here it goes. To whom it may concern, for many years we have been concerned about the buildup of clutter in the front yard of 241 Oberlin Drive. There has been everything from multiple cars parked on the front lawn to bags of garbage and other things. August 28, 2013 was a parent's worst nightmare, as the house at 241 was engulfed in flames and embers were burning the fence in between our son's house and onto roof. We saw smoke billowing into the air and ran around the corner to be of help to our daughter-in-law. Within minutes of the fire being reported, by my daughter-in-law. 2 police cars and several fire trucks arrived to try and put the fire out, with lots of water being used. As the firemen entered the front door to see if any was in the house, they discovered an overwhelming amount of clutter, which made it hard for them to navigate. We learned later that the backyard was filled with stuff. The house had to be torn down and a new one rebuilt. This took about a year. Within 6 months of the family moving in, the front yard again became impacted with more clutter and added vehicles. There's been many attempts to get the city to encourage the owners of the property to keep the front yard clean up. I believe they have been encouraged to keep the yard decluttered, as it looks a little cleaner for weeks or so, and then it falls back to the way it was. It is our hope that a solution can be achieved so that we all can be less worried about another fire and spreading to another home this time. And that was the end of the letter.
Thank you, sir. We heard your concern. Who's the next one, Rose?
Thank you. We do have someone by the name of Grubb. If I can allow you,
Yes, Steph.
if you can, please state your name.
All
All right, are you guys there?
Yes.
Yes.
I do have a question. It depends on what you guys would like. I have, I think, 3 other letters. One is my personal letter, and then 2 are from people that were not able to make it. Would you like me to read them all while I'm right here, or would you want me to raise my hand and come back in?
I believe just read them all.
Okay, I believe the 2
And then-
other
and
speakers.
give me the other names and identification. Who is
Yes.
that is reading.
Okay, and then the 2 other speakers that just talked on this also have a couple of other letters, so they'll have to come back in if you would like.
We have a total of like 16 letters.
It's okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead with mine. Good evening, members of the City Council, Police Department, and everyone present. My name is Jessica Grubb, and I'm a proud citizen of Galt. I live on Oberlin Drive, and I'm here to inform you of the ongoing problem, blatant disrespect, unprofessionalism, and complete disregard for the resolving issues with the house and residents of 241 Oberlin Drive. I want you to be aware of the issues that my family and neighbors have had to endure over the last decade from the residents at 241 Oberlin Drive. I ask you all to remember that address, and if you are unfamiliar, drive down the street and see if you can pick it out. It stands out from the rest of the homes and is not in a positive light. We've owned our home since 2008 and have experienced threats from the convicted gang member living there, loud music playing at all hours of the night, witnessed child neglect, drug deals, multiple short stops, unnecessary traffic speeding up and down our street, gang retaliations, and a fire that threatened the neighborhood due to the garbage in and outside the house. These are just a few of the things that I want to bring to your attention, along with the rodents, roaches that plague nearby homes because of the trash in and around the home. Several neighbors have made multiple calls to police department, code enforcement, abatement teams, child protective services, Sacramento County, etc., just to name a few. Our calls for help have fallen on deaf ears by both Galt PD dispatchers and officers. We are told just to go inside and be the bigger person when we're outside with our children or other neighbors. We have been met with curse words and shown creatively placed fingers. We are tired of being intimidated and forced to go inside due to the vulgarity. We have been laughed at, and our calls have not been taken seriously by the Galt PD dispatchers. Most recently, an incident occurred on both 9/23 and 9/24, and my first call for service was not entered into the system. I was made to feel foolish by 2 dispatchers for calling in the incident for short stops, AKA drug dealing. Chief Stockman, you have been out to the property and have heard concerns voiced by neighbors, none of which have been resolved. Your officers used the excuse of officer discretion to not respond or handle calls. The owners have been given hundreds of warnings to remove vehicles and trash from the property with no consequences for noncompliance. Rusty, former code enforcement officer, stated that there are several issues on the property, but none of them can be handled legally. I've been informed by an 18-year veteran employee of the police department, TJ, that there are issues and we will see what we can do, but that our hands are tied. I've been told by your new code enforcement officer, Randy, that there's just nothing that she can do and no violations of city ordinances. These are just a few statements that have been made regarding 241 Oberlin. All the council members have been emailed pictures to you regarding the fire of 2013 and the current condition of this house. This house just didn't just burn. It threatened the entire neighborhood due to the amount of trash and debris inside and outside the residence. The owners of the home, Tobias Sr. and Imelda Gutierrez, their children and grandchildren rented the home across the street for approximately 1 year while the house was being rebuilt. The homeowner spent more than $60,000 to fix the damages and just to be able to sell the home. And within 6 months, their brand new home was an eyesore. As a wife of a peace officer, I have seen Galt PD officers command staff disregard my husband's law enforcement expertise. He takes his job very seriously and has received commendations for his professionalism, character, and service. Just like Galt PD officers, he swore an oath to protect and serve and knows the law. Bear with me as I read the Galt PD's purpose, mission, and value statements from its website. Its purpose is a commitment to serve, and its mission is to reduce the real and perceived fear of crime and to provide an atmosphere where community, livability, and quality of life are priorities. To serve the community through a professional police organization dedicated to the commitment of service to its citizens, public knowledge, and necessary assistance is immediately available in time of emergency. The Galt PD values are: we are community-centered, community values, quality of life, and awareness of the impact of crime and the cornerstone of our service. Realize that to be effective, we must develop these partnerships between the community and the department. We are professional, we maintain a high level of integrity, we emphasize training and awareness of our changing environment, and we set high standards for ourselves and hold ourselves accountable. My neighbors and I have yet to see a worthy display of Galt PD's purpose, mission, or values. Questions that I and my neighbors ask are: how many of our citizens have not been served when calling for help and don't know that their calls are not possibly being recorded by dispatchers? This is a safety concern for all citizens of Galt. Why is Galt PD and other city departments unwilling to uphold the law when it comes to residents of 241 Oberlin Drive? And why are their hands tied?
I'm sorry, Jessica, your 5-minute time limit is up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes,
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I tried to be fast. Okay, so then I'll apologize. I'll read the next one. Okay, this is being read on behalf of Christine Hartwig. She is at 219 Oberlin Drive. So it says, to whom this may concern, this letter should come as no surprise to the city of Galt when continued issues that occur at 241 Oberlin Drive. The problems have continually occurred over the entire 10 years that I have resided at 219 Oberlin Drive, with no resolution in sight. The neighboring residents in the area, including myself, have continuously complained about the condition of the property and the activities that materialize at this residence. With the recent events that have occurred, the safety of our family and surrounding neighbors pose a great concern. The recent arrests of Tobias Gutierrez occurring on 3/6/2020 for felony possession of ammunition by convicted felon and misdemeanor drug charges raises an even greater concern for our safety and safety of our children, not to mention the children at the residence. I'm appalled that the city of Galt continues to turn a blind eye at many of the neighbors' concerns over these past years. It took a warrant for an arrest to actually get the ball rolling and bring to the attention of the police department and city of Galt the seriousness of this matter. As a taxpayer and an insurance professional, these types of living conditions and continued police calls and reports not only pose a threat to our lives, but also to our property values and increased costs of our homeowners insurance. Statistically, the more calls that come within a certain zip code, the reports are written increase the cost of insurance for both auto and homeowner insurances. This one family at 241 Oberlin Drive could essentially be driving up the cost for the entire city because of their unacceptable behavior and felony relations. These types of people need to be addressed, fined, and arrested for the activities that they have continued to do. This is a serious matter that needs a resolution now, and neighborhood is speaking up louder than before because we're fed up for not being heard. Why should we all suffer because of one family that can't seem to get their lives together? We shouldn't, and we are not going to stand for it any longer. The condition of the property is nothing short of disgusting, also posing a health and safety concern for neighboring residents and their families. The amount of debris in the front and backyards and within the home present a health concern, inviting vermin and other pests into the area. It also causes a major fire hazard, to say the least. Should I mention that this house already burnt down to the ground a few years ago due to the amount of trash within the backyard, garbage, and inside the house? If my memory serves me right, the fire department had to let the house burn due to the amount of trash in the garage and at the front entrance of the property. What is there was a person or a child in that home? I think the outcome would have been much different. On March 7th of 2020, I was coming back from an event in Fair Oaks with my friend Nicole. She was driving her vehicle southbound on McFarland and made a right-hand turn onto Trudy and turned left onto Oberlin, heading south to my residence. She stated that someone was following us and that we should pull over on the opposite side of the street across from my house. At the same time, that vehicle pulled over directly across the street from 241 Oberlin Drive and sat there for a few seconds. The vehicle then proceeded to head south on Oberlin Drive, passing us and turning right into Trent. The vehicle made a U-turn and came back, passing us while we were still sitting there in the vehicle, and slowed down enough to do an exchange without even stopping the vehicle. This is just one example of the drug dealings that continue to occur at this house only one day after Tobias's arrest. There is known drug dealings at this home daily. Vehicles are constantly driving by the house, stopping for a few seconds and leave. I'm asking that as a concerned tax-paying citizen that holds the law, that something must be done to ensure the safety of my family and myself along with the rest of the neighboring residents in the area. If a known felon has ammunition, there is a firearm somewhere that poses a serious threat and a great concern. I ask that the city of Galt listen to the concerns of the other residents, and I want you to ask yourself, would you want to live next to the hoarding, drug dealing felons that possess firearms, whose house is burnt down a few years ago, who don't care about safety of their own children? I believe you would also question the safety for you and your family. Should you have any further questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me directly. Sincerely, Christine Hartwig.
Thank you.
My next one is going to be from the Bauer family. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to share with you our concern with the residents of 241 Oberlin Drive and the events that take place there. On November 1st, we moved into our home a little less than 2 years ago. And since then, we have noticed that the residents do not keep up their yard, and there's constantly trash and junk that piles up. There are also vehicles that are broken down and parked in front of their house and other homeowners' houses down the street. We have also noticed drug deals that be made almost daily. Random vehicles make short stops. Someone comes out, hands them something, and then the vehicle drives away. One of the residents that lives there is a known drug dealer and has a criminal record. Some of these vehicles that drive through our neighborhood drive very fast, and no concern about the safety of those that are walking or the children that are playing in their front yards. This is very disturbing since we have 3 small children that play on their scooters, and we constantly are worried about the visitors of 241 Oberlin that speed around the bend where our house is located. We have expressed our concerns to the Chief of Police, Sockman, and would appreciate if someone came out to monitor and to see if putting a speed bump could be a possibility in our neighborhood. Obviously, it worries us to see so much drug activity in our little house or our little town, let alone down the street where our children are exposed to it. There have been several other issues that have not directly involved us, but involved our neighbors. There have been high-speed chases throughout the neighborhood. Before we moved there was a fire and involved 241. There have been exchanges of words between residents of 241 and other neighbors. The residents of 241 spew insults and disrespectful comments to the other neighbors. There's also several incidences that involve small children that reside at 241. Child Protective Services have been notified on multiple occasions about the safety of these children. This really concerns us since children should be protected no matter what and where they live. Often there is a little child that is out front of the house without an adult present to look out for him. We do know that inside the house there is disaster filled with trash. No child should have to be subject to living in those conditions. All in all, there are just so many issues that involve 241 Oberlin, and we would like to see some action taken to rectify these issues. But honestly, our main concern is the safety of our children and the residents of our neighborhood. We would like to feel safe where we live, and unfortunately, with the residents of 241 allowed to continue with their drug dealing and unlawful behavior, that just isn't possible. So with all of this being said, please consider how you would feel if you had to deal and live with near these residents that brought so much trouble and turmoil into your neighborhood. Please take action and treat these issues how you would want them to be handled if these circumstances were occurring in near your own home. Thank you so much. Sincerely, the Bowers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with the next one?
Okay. You want to read them? Okay, so I have somebody reading on behalf of, woo, I'm so sorry. On behalf of two other neighbors.
My name is Pam Mariani. I live at 186 Trent Drive, and I've been a resident there for 35 years. The letter I am reading is from Pamela Morse. To whom it may concern, I and my family have lived 2 houses down from 241 Oberlin, Galt, California, for the past 2 years. In the time we have lived there, we have witnessed several things that are very disturbing. Mounds of trash, car parts, oil in the front yard and on the sidewalk. When we go to get our mail, we have to be careful where we walk. On the sidewalk, we are forced to walk around in the street to avoid whatever they have laying out front. When the side gate is open, piles of trash have been seen. There have been at least 5 to 6 cars, both working and non-working, parked in the driveway and in front of the house. The cars that work are moved and parked across the street to appear that there are fewer cars there. We have seen people sleeping in the cars at times. The thing most disturbing are the mice and rats we have witnessed walking around on my fence and watching them go back and forth to that house. When we're sitting in our backyard, enjoying the day and look up on the fence, we see a big rat running along the fence. This is very upsetting. We hope this unsafe problem will be resolved soon so that we can feel safe in our own home and our own neighborhood. Thank you, Pamela Morse. I have another letter from Guadalupe Sanchez, to whom it may concern. We have lived at 250 Oberlin Drive, Galt, California, for 15 years. In the past 12 years, I have seen many cars pass by and do a lot of short stops at the 241 Oberlin Drive location. For about 3 years, they lived next door to me. And during that period, most of the time, we had to keep our windows and doors closed due to the extensive smell of marijuana. We have never had any problems with any other neighbors. We are very concerned about our own safety. We are also concerned for the minors that live in that location. I would like the city to enforce the property owners at 241 Oberlin Drive, Galt, California, to clean up their trash, to remove the broken down vehicles. It not only brings down property values, it also accumulates rodents and other insects that we later have to pay for and pay pest control to get rid of. Sincerely, Maria Guadalupe Sanchez. Thank you.
You want to read the other two that
Yeah.
you have? All right.
Okay. Hello, this is Allison Ross again, and I live at 235 Oberlin, right smack next door to 241. Lucky me. And I'm reading a couple other letters for a few other people who were not able to make it. And this is from Mrs. Terry Mercedes at 169 Trent. Due to my current health issues, unfortunately, I'm not able to attend this meeting. I have asked Jessica, our neighbor, if she could read the statement for me. Approximately 3 years ago, we moved into the city and neighborhood. We moved from Elk Grove. The reason we moved to Galt was because of the small town feel. Elk Grove was just getting too big and way too much crime seemed to be taking place. Although I have no personal experience, the issues that my other neighbors are having with this particular home, 241, I am truly concerned about. Realistically, as we as well as law enforcement have a pretty good idea of what is going on when a particular home has multiple daily drive-by visits. Granted, I personally do not have proof as that I am on the corner of and about 8 houses down on the other side of the street, which is Trent. But I have been informed of what has been going on, and this, as you know, raises a lot of red flags. I appreciate there is a neighborhood watch in our neighborhood that helps keep our Galt PD aware of what is happening, as well as Galt PD documenting reported calls and issues and concerns. As a trial of incidences is very important. Being newbies, it is very apparent our neighbors watch out for each other, which is a prime example of the Old Town feel. The only thing I can attest to is constant cars parked in front of said address, looking like they need to be repaired. As I stated previously, I do not have proof of what the quick drive-by essentially is, but I do see a lot of traffic coming and going. Hopefully, whatever is going on with that address will be handled appropriately and extinguished by any possible negative issues that may involve. Thank you, Terry Masadas. And note, she put a little side note, I find it a bit unsettling that this home does not seem to have any regard that a police officer lives next door to them. And I'm also reading another letter for another concerned citizen who
Many.
lives at, sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? How many letters you have? And all these people on the neighbor on that house, right?
Yes.
Yes, they're all on the house. We've got about 16 letters. And like I said, we're reading the other letters from the people because they weren't able to attend this meeting that we're having right now. And some of them are watching though.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is from Nellie, hold on, let me flip the page. Nellie Edwards and Orlando Flores, who live at 207 Overland Drive. I'm writing this letter to discuss the hoarding situation in this neighborhood. Many of the neighbors, including myself, have discussed this residential property in the past when it burned down and how dirty, cluttered the property was then. Now that the home has been rebuilt, it is back to how it was before the fire. A few of the immediate neighbors have had and are still having issues with the rodents and cockroaches that are spreading from 241 Overland Drive. Knowing that there have been 2 generations of children raised in this environment is shocking enough. But to know that nothing forceful has been done to help or to have the homeowners, who are also the parents and grandparents of these children, to clean up all the hoarding garbage. It's been over 10 years that the residents of 241 Oberlin have been living in this neighborhood, and no permanent solution has been reached. It's not only the part of the City of Galt Code Enforcement, CPS, or the Galt Police Department, but also the neighborhood residents to keep vigilant on keeping the neighborhood safe and clean. Most importantly, to keep the children safe, happy, and healthy. My other concern is not only for the residents of this neighborhood, but for the children who live at 241. The eldest son of the homeowner is a known felon that has been convicted of numerous charges, ranging from drugs to theft. He lives at 241. He has been arrested at home many times, often in front of the entire family. CPS was probably notified of these occurrences, but the children were still living at the home. The youngest son and grandson of the homeowners have also followed in the footsteps of their older brother, uncle, selling and using of drugs. Many of the immediate neighbors have witnessed the numerous short stay vehicles that come and go day or night. The other issues are the numerous vehicles that are not only parked on the street in front of the house, that on either side of the road also, but they do not run or have expired tags. But also one in the driveway is the same condition. All have junk stored inside the cars or trash bags that hang in place of the windows of the cars because they're broken. Although a few vehicles have been towed away over the years, they have replaced them with more cars in the same condition. The cars that are drivable are lined up on the street directly across from their house. It seems that very little has been done to resolve the issues of getting the property cleaned up thoroughly. Even with numerous complaints that have been called into the Code Enforcement Department, I am aware that the property regulations have to be followed. But why hasn't it taken over 10 years on this issue and it still isn't resolved yet? Not only is it a blight in my neighborhood, and with the constant short stay drug sales being done at the property, not to mention the female homeowner yelling profanity at the immediate neighbors whenever outside, it has created an unsafe and hostile environment to live in. No one should have to put up with this constant harassment, disgusting hoarding situation in their neighborhood. So why should we? On behalf of myself and the other neighbors, when will all this be finally taken care of? And that was my last letter.
And then I have 2 more. our other reader went away. So this is from Rachel Silver. She was a resident here. Well, it'll explain. Okay, so to whom it may concern, I lived at 227 Oberlin Drive, Galt, California, from August of 2011 to May of 2016. I resided in this residence with my husband and 3 children, and upon moving in, the residents at 241 Oberlin Drive were already living there. Over the course of our 5 years living there, we encountered various problems with the occupants of that residence. The way that our house was situated, we were 2 houses down from 241 Oberlin. Our neighbors, Sean and Allie's house was between us. From what I understand, they were getting rats and would roam into their yard. During our time there at 241, the 241 caught on fire. My husband Michael was home at the time and he ran down the street and the residents were yelling that their dad was trapped in the house. Many neighbors besides Michael broke windows and the doors down in an attempt to rescue the father. Looking inside during this time, they could see piles of trash, newspaper, and miscellaneous debris. It was later determined that the house burned down to the faulty wires and trash in the house, similar to a hoarder's house. After the fire, the family moved into the house across the street, and the woman who owned the house used it as a rental and was gracious to let them stay there for either little or no charge while they waited for their house to be rebuilt. Although I do not have a lot of information on that situation, the owner did speak with me after they moved out and said that there was approximately $55,000 worth of damage inside that house from when they lived there. Aside from the eyesore of the house, there were many drug deals going on. One afternoon, the DEA showed up, during which time there were drugs found in the residence. And aside from the drugs, there were other illegal activities such as switching license plates on cars, expired registration, and cars sitting in the same location on blocks for months on end. From what I understand, our neighbors were getting rats and that would roam into their yard. And although I enjoy our time in Galt and like the house that we lived in, the residents at 241 were a constant source of dissension in the neighborhood. Thank you, Rachel Silver. This last one is from Danielle Walker, and she lives on, so she lives at 86 Brody Drive. I live at 86 Brody Drive with my husband and son. We lived in Galt almost 8 years and love this town. In that time, we have experienced several issues with the house at 241 Oberlin Drive. One of our children that lives there has threatened my son numerous times, to which the parents won't answer the door so that I can address the issue. The number of broken down cars parked in front of the house and trash sown all over the yard was definitely driven potential home buyers from the neighborhood. Not to mention that it's driving down the values of the home in the area. There have been several instances of them working on vehicles in the middle of the street, unsupervised children under 5 years old playing outside and running around the street, numerous people coming and going to buy and sell drugs, and they have had windows broken on a few of their vehicles. I run an in-home daycare, and I don't feel safe as I should be taking the little ones on walks that go past that as we go past that house. I fear for the safety of my friends, neighbors that live next door. That house caught fire years ago, and it could have easily spread. There was so much trash and debris inside the home. Thank you for taking the time to read my concerns or hear my concerns. Hopefully there is some sort of resolution that can be reached. Thank you, Danielle Walker. And I believe that is all of the letters. I think you guys have one that was sent in also that we're waiting to hear from also.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jessica. We also have a hologram on the line. Please state your full name. Go ahead and unmute your microphone, please.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Harding. I live at 172 Brody Drive. And my husband, my 83-year-old mother, and I moved here 18 months ago. To be honest, had I known that the activity that was going on at 241 Oberlin, I would not have purchased our home. Since we've lived here, we've noticed horrid activity. I've noticed children nearly naked or naked crawling in and out of the vehicles that are parked along and in front of the house, and all times unsupervised. I have not prepared anything, so if I sound nervous, I am. I didn't want to participate tonight, but I felt that I needed to, because The activity that goes on here is disgusting. You would not want to live here. At times, I don't want to live here. This has caused me to experience anxiety to the point where I do not sleep at night. I live kitty corner to this home in question, 241 Oberlin. I have a huge, beautiful bay window that looks out onto their trash every day of our lives here in the last 18 months. My mother, who was 83, she just passed away in May. She was frightened. Never has my mother been frightened. When this gentleman, who is a felon, I have come to know, was arrested, she was afraid for her life. And my mother was very strong. So we had to put cameras up to monitor it because she said that that would make her feel better. On the day that this Tobias, I don't even know him. I don't know those neighbors. I know the rest of the ones that have spoken and left letters and notes. On the day this happened, I was panicked. I didn't know what was happening. And to have the grandmother person bring out this young little boy while her son is being arrested, that's despicable. To have this child every time, anytime code enforcement's been out, the police have been out, they drag this child out like he's a pawn. And that's, the police department should be ashamed to allow that. In July of this year, I was up because, as I said, this has caused me documented anxiety with my healthcare provider to live here. There was a crash of glass at 12:30-ish in the morning. I looked out my window to see that a car had pulled up, thrown a bottle at one of their vehicles. At this time, I called the police because I thought, this is wrong. I'm doing my civic duty for the neighbors, regardless of who they are, and reported it. A few minutes later, yes, the police had come, but during those few minutes before they decided to show up, Tobias, the felon, he got into his truck. He ran into his truck, peeled out in the street, chasing this vehicle. This ensued for about 2 minutes before the police showed up, driving at warp speed to the point where this one car, it literally from Brody Drive to Oberlin skidded as it peeled out. They went around 3 times. The police finally showed up. I don't know what happened. There's no log of what happened. It was called in. The police were here. It's disgusting. I echo every sentiment that my neighbors are saying. I am not moving. This is my husband and mine's forever home, but I will be damned if I will put up with that type of activity from 241. Something needs to be done. The city needs to enforce the codes. The police need to listen to what we have to say and not let it fall on their deaf ears. Again, my name is Catherine Harding. I live at 172 Brody, and I'm proud, damn proud to live in Galt. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. We have gone through all the public comments on the attendee side. I do have Sean Ross raised his hand again. Would you like to hear what he has to say?
No, let's, because he already made the comment, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, let's move to the next on the Tina. You have any public comment in?
Yes, I have some written comments. In order received, the first one, Superintendent Shower submitted a letter on the point she mentioned earlier. This letter was also distributed to City Council and will be made available on the city's website as well. The next letter is from Daniel Mariani regarding the residents at 241 Oberlin Drive, Galt, California. It has become a general observation belief by citizens of our neighborhood that illegal drugs are being sold from this residence. There are frequent short stops by vehicles that are unknown to this neighborhood. A person will come out to the vehicle stopping, hand something back and forth, and the vehicle will leave. This is taking place at all hours of the day and night. One of the people living there is known to Galt police as gang member. In addition to doing something about the believed criminal behavior, I would also request that the city of Galt and or Sacramento County address the unsafe conditions at this residence. I would like to see the owners of this residence be compelled to generally clean it up. This residence has become a public nuisance, health and safety concern for our neighborhood. There are multiple inoperable vehicles parked around the house and on the front lawn, and an accumulation of junk visible from the street. In August of 2013, this house was completely destroyed by fire. Because of the massive hoarding and accumulation of junk in and around the entire house at that time, Galt Fire was unable to safely fight the fire and had to enter at great risk due to the junk inside the house. Thankfully, no one was injured and the fire did not spread to other homes. Next time, this may not be the case. After the house was rebuilt, the owners are again hoarding junk around the home. I ask that the city of Galt consider the safety and health of the neighbors who have to live next to such unsafe conditions and take the appropriate actions against the owner to compel them to clean up this property. At a neighborhood watch meeting on September 22nd, 2020, attended by Officer TJ Guwadi and City Council Member Sean Farmer, we were made aware that there have been over 100 calls to police and other agencies regarding this address. It would seem to me that this should be more than enough to prompt our elected official to do something about it. We have lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years. It is a shame to see residents of this neighborhood no longer feel safe here. The next one is from Leonard Lind. There is a train that goes from this Speckless plant in Ione to Stockton, and it goes right through Galt. Its hours used to be once at 10 a.m., then back at 3 p.m., twice a week at 10 miles per hour. The new hours, which started about 8 months ago, are 10:30 p.m., then back at 3 a.m. and does this about 3 times a week. During the daytime, the train was not bad, but now it's very annoying, especially with the River Oaks area being a commuter area and the residents needing their sleep, with many having to wake up at 5 a.m. You can imagine being woke up at 3, then trying to go back to sleep for just a short time. The worst part is that the train blows its horn like it's going 50 miles per hour. I've been here 5 years, and my friend who has lived in Galt for 15 years said the train that runs north and south through Galt used to blow its horn until the city had the route declared a quiet zone. Could you, on behalf of 1/3 of the Galt residents, do the same for this train from my own? The area I live in, the track run within 60 feet of the homes. It is a Union Pacific train. I spoke with Mr. Lozano about this 2 months ago, and he said he would get back to me, but I never heard back. And that's it for public comment on non-agenda items.
All right, thank you for everybody. Give us a public comment, and we heard all the council member. We all heard that concern, and we have a great staff. And we will work on it, and we will take care of our citizens. Safety is the number one.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to let the folks know on Oberlin that we appreciate their comments. We heard their comments tonight. And so I'll be gathering with the staff tomorrow to discuss this particular issue, and we'll report back to the council as to our actions going forward. But we just wanted to let the folks know that we heard them and we appreciate their comments and we understand.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. Any council member want to make a very quick comment, or otherwise I'm going to move to the next agenda item. All right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to move the next agenda item. E, report by City Council member on regional board, commission, and committee. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, just real quick, want to update everyone on our SACOG Policy and Innovation Committee meeting. One of the largest things that came out of that is that SACOG is again going to do the Youth Leadership Academy this year. And I have some information to pass on to the high school district and any other organization in the city that has youth that are 9th to 12th graders, for them to apply to the Youth Leadership Academy. The Youth Leadership Academy is an opportunity that SACOG provides youth in the community to learn about leadership, government, and the like. And it's a really good experience. The application period is through October 23rd. And then there will be a review of the application, some interviews, and then the students will be notified of their acceptance. The orientation for this is December 3rd, and that's obviously subject to student and parent availability, but I'll be sending off a letter through the city clerk to the high school district and certainly any other youth organization, including our own youth commission, inviting those high school students who are interested to apply. We'd really like to see 1 or 2 or even 3 applications from GALT so that we can get some representation on the Youth Leadership Academy for SACOG. And we have our next SACOG meeting is on the 18th, I believe, of October. And so I'll report back after that meeting.
Councilmember Campion.
I have nothing to report tonight, but I am having some technical difficulties here. Every time I put the video on connection, so I'm here, but the video was off simply so I can stay with the meeting. So thank you.
Councilmember Lamson.
Yes, we had our youth commission meeting last night. And mentor Klotz, right now we only have 2 mentors plus myself. We're short 3 mentors. Mentor Klotz delivered little packages to all of the youth to help us get our point across, and some other little goodies. And the only thing we really took action on was deciding to participate in the trunk or treat and trying to figure out how we're going to do that. So the Youth Commission does have a little budget, but they would, and I already hit up the mayor, they would graciously accept candy donations to hand out at trunk or treat if anyone finds it in their heart to buy a bag and let me know, and I will get it to them, because we're anticipating handing out a lot of candy. And as I talked to the clerk today, and usually during parades we hand out about $200 worth of candy, so anything would help us with our budget. Then we had our air quality control board meeting, Sac Metro Air Quality Control Board, and August had a jump in new air permit applications, which means they're building, they're starting to build. And we had less air permit cancellations than we did last year by about 3/4. So that is good. And we talked about our violations of ambient ozone standards. Sacramento County's looking decent. We've got some violations, but there's way more violations than Placer County and El Dorado County, which was interesting. So they need to get on that ozone. And then we have some legislative priorities that we talked about. State clean air incentive funding can be a tool for post-COVID economic development in some communities. Program guidelines need modification to add flexibility for non-traditional clean air projects. Target programs include Carl Moyer incentive programs, AB 617 community air projection programs. And example of some projects are zero emission vehicles and equipment in mobile and stationary applications, pollution exposure reduction projects, solid vegetative barriers, urban greening, and tree canopy expansion. And then we had a very long discussion on how on earth we are supposed to have only electric cars by what year did the governor sign the bill? 2035, 2040? So even we understand that that is going to be a very difficult goal to reach. And so trying to figure out how the Air Quality Control Board can fit into that, or see how we can get that to happen, or maybe get a little more leniency on that. So I think that is all I have for this time.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything to report on that I've attended lately. I will be attending some virtual sessions for League of Cities this week. I've looked through the schedule and I've picked out a few sessions that seem very interesting. One actually is about code enforcement, interesting enough. Just thought it was an interesting topic and it had to do with COVID and that. And then there was a social media session as it relates to government and a couple others. So I look forward to checking those out. And I will report back at the next council meeting with anything interesting that I learned at those. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I attended on September 16th, the Sacramento Transportation Authority. It's very short. We just discussed that we are in the process to hire a permanent executive director. And as all the board members, they make a plan. So within the next couple of months, we're gonna have a permanent executive director. And we discussed my ongoing annual report. And that's very basic. And next meeting I have with October 16th. Then I will get back to you what can on that meeting. Thank you. All right, next agenda item is information consent calendar. Tina, could you read from 1 to 3 on consent calendar?
Accept the minutes as submitted, receive and file warrants for the period ending September 22nd, 2020. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Adaptive Insights LLC Workday for continued budgeting software subscription and support services for a 3-year period.
Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion from 1 to item 3.
I'll move consent items 1 through 3.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Lozano,
Second.
second by Council Member Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye, motion passes by 5-0. Our next agenda item is F4, subject Summerfield at Twin City Road project. Council Member Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only pulled this item just because, as everyone is aware, I was the dissenting vote on this, on all the items regarding this the last meeting, and I just, for the spirit of continuity, I didn't feel it was appropriate for me to approve it on the consent calendar as well. So I just wanted to pull it separately so we could vote on it individually.
Thank you. Recommended action, adopt ordinance 2027 approving the pre-zoning of 58 acres Summerfield at Twin City Road project to R1C PDOS PQP. I would like to entertain the motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second.
By Council Member Lamson, second by Council Member Campion. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Nay.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye, motion passes by 5-0. All right, next agenda item.
To correct this, 4-1.
Yeah, I'm correct. It's the motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly, reminded me. Thank you. The next agenda item G. Schedule matter notice of public hearing. Subject Island annexation project.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, I need to recuse myself from this item as my primary resident actually is adjacent to this property, and there may be a conflict of interest. And so I will be removing myself, logging out from this virtual meeting. And I do reserve the right as a citizen, because it does pertain to my private resident, I do reserve the right, if I choose to do so, to make public comment as an attendee. I will ask our city manager, Mr. Hines, if you could please notify me when this item is over, and give me a few moments to log back in. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I will.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead. Dempsey.
I also need to recuse myself from participating in this item as I own real property. My personal residence is within 500 feet of the proposed island annexation. And based on this, I may have a conflict of interest and will recuse myself from the discussion of this item. I will be signing out and leaving the virtual room. But because the conflict concerns my personal residence, I may opt to make a public comment as a member of the public, but we'll do that separately as a member of the public from the public attendee platform, and we'll log off after that. Mr. Hines, likewise, let us know when we want to get back on. So do I just log on like I normally do and I'm not let in, or do I have to go to a different website?
You log in through the link that's on the public agenda, just like the members do, and then you will be admitted on that side by the city clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're gonna give them a couple of minutes to, leave the room. And then I will, this agenda item, I think, Mr. Hoffman.
Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting for the transition of the other council members, I just wanted the council to be aware that we're using a slightly different format on our PowerPoint presentations tonight. We're actually featuring the wayfinding logo on our PowerPoints tonight to get the public used to seeing that logo on all the signage that will soon be put up around the city to make us consistent with informational signage here within the city.
Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce Craig Hoffman. He's our Acting Director of Community Development. And Craig, you can take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight's item is the second part of the Fairway Oaks and Island Annexation project. Tonight's item is solely in regard to the island annexation. If we could go to the next slide, please. This project site is located in the southern portion of Galt along Cornell Road and Lincoln Way. This slide identifies the property area. There are 26 properties that comprise the island area. Next slide, please. So I'd like to again identify the City Council prior actions. On August 4th, the council took the following actions. The environmental document prepared for the overall project was approved, along with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. An ordinance was introduced pre-zoning the island annexation area and ultimately rezoning the Fairway Oaks Besting tentative map area. And a resolution was adopted approving the Fairway Oaks tentative subdivision map. Tonight, the sole item before the City Council is the annexation of the island project area. Next slide, please. Just as for information, again, showing the previous map area that was approved. Again, this was the subdivision map for Fairway Oaks. Next slide, please. The annexation is looking at a 39.5 acres of unincorporated county island that would be annexed to within the city of Galt. This ultimately requires LAFCO approval, detachment from the Slough House Resource Conservation District. After the annexation, if it would be approved by the council, an application would be submitted to the local area formation commission. Ultimately, a revenue sharing agreement would need to be completed, a LAFCO hearing, and then ultimately this is a process that would take about 4 to 6 months. Next slide, please. So the annexation, what it would mean for county residents, city water and sewer would be made available, but not mandated unless further development of the property. Existing uses currently allowed by the county would legally be allowed to maintain. And ultimately, the city is better positioned to work with property owners and respond to concerns within the city limits, just from a geographical standpoint. Next slide, please. The property owner concerns, what we heard in the last meetings, really there were 3 main concerns that we heard, and that properties owners were concerned about their properties being allowed to continue under the rules and policies of the Sacramento County Zoning Code, and that owners would be able to continue living and using their property in the same manner. Properties would maintain a current use, and improvements would be allowed under the county zoning code, and then properties not be required to connect to city utilities. And if I could add, I think one thing that you see different with the staff report, and for those people that have the staff report, on page 5 of the staff report, it identifies the property concerns. And then at the bottom of that page, as well as on page 6, I think one of the concerns was property owners within the island, they wanted to see something in writing. They wanted to see what the city was willing to do with maintaining some of the uses. So we've identified 4 items is in regard to not being required to connect to facilities until that need came about, whether it's failing wastewater systems or they just wanted to connect. That wouldn't be required. Property owners would be allowed to utilize their properties as they currently legally exist, consistent with the Sacramento County zoning standards. And we identified the zoning map within the staff report. Item 3, that the property owners would be allowed to develop their properties in the future, consistent with the Galt General Plan and Galt Municipal Code, and that the county island has been pre-zoned to R1A, and that any differences in zoning standards or regulations between Sacramento County zoning and the Galt zoning code would be considered legal non-conforming uses. So we took the concerns of the county property owners, and we've tried to address those and put something in writing so that they could see the staff report and understand staff's intent here. And next slide, please. And I'd like to turn this over to Mike Selling to address some of the traffic concerns that we've heard from property owners.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Previously we heard some concerns from some of the folks in the County Island area that there would be this additional traffic from the Fairway Oaks development. And so we took another look back at the traffic analysis that was done. And basically what this table shows is that there are actually 4 connection points to the Fairway Oaks. The 4th one would be Chase Drive. However, because it is a circuitous route to basically exit the new subdivision that way, it was not studied in the traffic report, simply because it would be a very, roundabout way of exiting the Fairway Oaks development. So the 3 that were studied in the traffic report As you can see on this table here at Cornell and Lincoln Way, the existing traffic volumes were determined to be about 24 cars. These are all the peak hour counts too. And what that means is that's the busiest hour of the day. And that represents about 10% of the total traffic in a 24-hour period. So if you can imagine 24 cars in the peak hour, that would mean about 240 cars for a 24-hour period. So again, Cornell Road and Lincoln Way, existing 24. The project would generate about another 20 additional trips in that peak hour for a total of 44 trips in the peak hour. At the Ranch Road and Lincoln Way intersection, currently is about 117 vehicles there in the peak hour, and another 32 would be added from the project, and the total will be 149. And the last one, Lillian Lane at Glendale, that connection, there is no current intersection there, so Glendale, or Lillian, sorry, would be the new connection to Glendale. So nothing currently, and the project would add about 105 trips through that connection point in that peak hour. So, so basically what this shows is that there's very little project generated traffic from the Fairway Oaks development that will occur on these roadways. And I guess just another point of reference as far as to these volumes that these numbers that you see here is at each of these intersections, we measure congestion in terms of traffic analysis, kind of a B, C, D, E, F grading level, A being the best, meaning no delays, and F being the worst, meaning failed and significant delays. And all of these intersections, well, with the exception of the one that doesn't exist currently, the other two currently operate at level of service A, I believe, and they would remain at level of service A with the project. So that's the report back on the potential for the development to add additional traffic.
Thank you, Mike. If we could move to the next slide, please. The financial benefits. City revenue would increase by $60,000 with annual property tax. Instead of that tax going to Sacramento County, we would receive the tax, property taxes that are currently already paid by property owners. They would not see an increase just because of an annexation to the city. Their tax rates would stay the same. These residents do currently enjoy and utilize city services, whether it be parks, recreational opportunities, public safety, library, and other services, just based upon location and proximity. And the Cosumnes CSD currently provides fire protection and would continue to do so. Next slide, please. Public outreach. The environmental document was a public document. It was routed, and neighbors within 500 feet of the project site did receive notice. There was a public hearing by the Planning Commission on June 25th to identify the island annexation and the Fairway Oaks map. A follow-up meeting took place on July 9th with a recommendation up to City Council. And then again on August 4th, the City Council did hold a public hearing and take comments on the project, and previous components of the project were approved. Again, the island is before you. It has been a public process. I have tried to reach out to numerous property owners within the island area and try to understand their concerns. And I think some of that was just putting it in writing, and we've attempted to do that by adding it into the staff report. Next slide, please. And again, the items and the actions before this council tonight are strictly in regard to the annexation, the map, and actions related to the map conditions. Those were previous action. And if there's any questions I might be able to answer, as well as staff is available. And the next slide just puts the property in context and shows the overall 26 properties that comprise this area. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Council Member Vice Mayor Lozano, Council Member Campion, we would like to discuss or want to bring the public on first.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one quick question, and I'd be more than happy to listen to the public at that point. And this is for Mr. Hoffman. You said in the in your presentation there would be no requirement to change anything over to city code unless there was further development of the property. Is that merely pulling a building permit, or is it significant development? And the reason I ask this question is I know the city requires a building permit for let's say an overhang or patio cover on your backyard, in your backyard or front yard. We do require a permit at some point. Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about like room additions larger than 500 square feet, or what does further development of the property mean?
And I think we were thinking of further development. It would either be parcel splits, potentially adding something significant. And by significant, if the change in the structures on the property took the need of the development beyond what the existing septic tanks could potentially hold, or what the water well could potentially hold, then those property owners are probably wanting to come on to facilities. But I think our expectation would be the majority of these properties, as we look out at the 26 properties that comprise this island, there's about 6 or 7 that are either vacant, or as I look at them, have a potential for a higher use. But the majority, they are rural residents. They're a 1 acre parcel, and they're really built out. When we say development, are they going to add an outbuilding? Could they build like an accessory dwelling unit, something like that? I think the majority of what these properties could develop, they would be fine with their own water well or septic tanks. It's when they take it to a more intensive use, and again, a lot of it's either some of the larger parcels, then at that point in time, they probably are wanting water or sewer because they're doing some type of subdivision. When I look at this island, it's relatively a built out island. It's not an island that I look at the annexation being driven by a need for development. It's more proximity and it's more services that the city of Galt is able to provide. I hope that answers what you're looking for.
It does. I just want to be sure. I know I've spoken with many neighbors in the area there, and we'll probably hear from some of them tonight. I guess the concern is that, at least from my perspective, is that if a further development of the property is triggered by the pulling of a permit from the city, then I would want something built in to say that it's more significant than that, and because I don't think that just merely pulling a building permit would necessarily require those other services. So that's just my thought. Thank you for the answer. I think I know where we're at with that piece of it, and I'd be willing to hear from my colleagues or the public at this point.
Vice Mayor Lozano, maybe if I could just add on to what Mr. Hoffman was explaining, the municipal code also deals with non-conforming uses and explains that non-conforming buildings isn't just pulling a building permit, that obviously maintenance and repair is allowed, doesn't change it into a use that would trigger the change. And it has that you can't increase certain height areas or setbacks, but it's not triggered just by pulling a building code for just any action.
Okay, and that's in the municipal code?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's in Title 18.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And we did try to include that. That is a part of the staff report. And as you look on page 5, I think that was some additional clarification that we were trying to provide the residents. And so if the resident has the staff report and something comes up in the future, they have something in writing that they can show and say, hey, these were somewhat guarantees that the city was identifying. And they wanted it in writing. And so that's what we've attempted to do tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just don't want there to be any ambiguity in this. Accessory structures, I don't know really what that means by code, but in my mind, it could be also be a patio cover. But I may be wrong. I just want to make sure that we're clear as we move forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Hoffman.
Mr. Hoffman, on the same issue, I would like to want to make sure the clarification. These that homeowner, they have a concern. Vice Mayor Lozano asked that. I believe in this report never done before when we have a last time on August 4, because on this report is now like something we given them a written, whatever they asking their concern, right?
That's correct. I think we heard that from the council. We heard that from the citizens that although maybe it was in a PowerPoint, they never really had something that they could have in writing that they could in the future, if there's a changeover of staff, something takes place, that they can have something they bring down to community development, public works, or city hall and says, no, you told us this thing. And so we've tried to do that. And to follow up on Councilman Lozano, if somebody wants to do an addition to their house, if they're looking to do a patio or some type of accessory garage or structure, that's not requiring a tie-in to water or sewer. That's a building permit on your property as long as it's consistent with the zoning code.
All right, thank you. Let's go, we can move, we're gonna open the public hearing. Rose, did you have anybody on a Zoom webinar?
I currently have no hands raised on the attendee side. I take it back. I have one public comment, and it is Paige Lamson. Paige, if you want to unmute your microphone, you can speak.
All right. I am Paige Lamson. Dear Mayor Sandu and council members, I live at 888 Lariat Loop in the Creekside subdivision. And I believe that since the Fairway development has already been approved, it doesn't make sense not to annex in the little county island in the middle of things. I am extremely much more satisfied with this adjusted staff report where the city puts in writing the things that are grandfathered in for the county people. The island will be able to keep their animals, wells, and septic tanks, among other things. Right now, Cornell Road is full of potholes. If it's annexed into the city, their property taxes will not go up, but they will actually benefit from city-maintained roads. Now, granted, the developer will build the road and update it, but if it isn't annexed into the city, the county will then be responsible to maintain that road. And we all know how well county roads are maintained at this particular time in our California budget. So their property taxes won't go up, but they will actually benefit from the city-maintained roads. The residents in this area have been reaping the benefits of living in the city without their taxes going to the city. In fact, their taxes go to Sacramento County. Even though it is county, our police resources are most often called upon to cover the area when a call to the sheriff is placed. There is a joint use where the sheriff will actually call our police department and ask if they can cover it for them. I actually talked to a resident there who was against the annexation, and I said, but just think how great it will be. You'll get a faster response, that our police officers will be there for you and on time. And she said, the police come every time I call anyway, so why would I need to be annexed in? So that tells me that our city resources are being used for that. And that what bothers me is that our Galt taxpayers are covering the costs of the county's public safety. They also have the benefit of our wonderful city roads as soon as they get out of the area. And it's not fair for the residents of Galt for them to reap the benefits of living in our city limits and have their tax dollars go to the county. I also see the flooding that happens every winter on Lincoln and Cornell, and there's no way for those kids who live in the island to get to school or the bus stop without tromping through deep water. I just talked to a parent this afternoon about that and confirmed her kids couldn't even get to the bus during the rain without going through the large puddle on Lincoln and Cornell that is at least 6 inches deep many times during the winter. And by the way, some of the houses are in such danger of the water getting into their homes that they actually pump water out of their front yards down to the city drains and in the city limits every winter. So council, I ask you, please don't be short-sighted that you cannot see the repercussions down the road if you do not vote to annex in this small area. The flooding alone on the corner of Lincoln and Cornell every winter when it rains is enough to consider annexing them in and solving this yearly problem. And the fact that public safety is foremost in our mind is another reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. We do not have any more hands raised on the attendee side.
All right, Tina, do you have a written comment?
I do have written comments. The first one is from Anthony Souza. Dear Mayor Sandoon City Council, I am a longtime Galt resident and vote. I live in the Creekside development on Ranch Road. I became very concerned when I read in the August 12, 2020 issue of the Galt Herald, Council approves Fairway Oaks map, annexation of County Island tabled. Splitting the issue was not fair to your constituents as it did not allow our voices to be heard. This is not a city issue. This is a developer issue, one they should solve for the betterment of our community, our city. Was I misinformed by following the development in the paper? The Galt Herald, June 24th, 2020, planning to discuss Fairway Oaks County Island annexation. The project needs additional access points and is seeking to annex in an adjoining county island, which has a road when improved that can be used for access connecting the project to South Lincoln Way to the west. The Galt Herald, July 15th, 2020, Planning Commission deadlocked on Carillion Boulevard Master Plan, Fairway Oaks and County Island Annexation Project. The project needs additional access points and is seeking to annex in an adjoining county island, which has had a road that, when improved, can be used for access connecting the project to South Lincoln Way to the west. Community Development Director Chris Arias and Senior Civil Engineer Bill Forrest explained that building and fire code requirements have established new standards requiring 4 access points for the development. The Galt Herald, August 12, 2020, Council approves Fairway Oaks map, annexation of County Island tabled. I grew up in this neighborhood, Farmer said. I don't oppose the project, but I do have some specific concerns. Outlets of the project can be Glendale and Ranch as the 2. Leave Chase Drive as a dead end. It would serve no purpose to extend. If we are going to approve this project, we should leave Cornell Road alone as a compromise. Are statements in this article incorrect? The project was approved without any additional access points. Glendale and Ranch Road already exist. What about the statement that Mr. Arias and Mr. Forrest made? Building and fire code requirements have established new standards requiring 4 access points for the development. What happened to the need of 4 outlets? Were they misguided or just ignored by the council? Mr. Farmer was afforded his rights to state his opinion before your vote after the agenda item was split. I am asking that you take my opinion as well as those of my neighbors into consideration. With this being said, I hope you will reflect on my questions and reconsider your position, as your decision will divert most traffic from the south part of town, from Liberty to Ranch onto Highway 99 South. Just imagine what Tuesdays and Wednesdays are going to look like with the flea market traffic. This issue could have been resolved years ago if the landowner would have developed under the then existing codes. Again, this is not a city issue, it is a developer issue. If the current codes require 4 access points, then there should be 4 access points. before the council gives its approval. 22 years ago, when we moved here, we were aware that our community was going to expand, but that it was dependent on the Cornell Road annexation. Maybe the developer needs to focus on that property to make their development a reality. As a voter, I am asking you to represent me and my Creekside community. Anthony Souza. This is from Joseph Enriquez. I am a Galt resident and voter and live along Ranch Road within the Creekside development. I am very concerned about the position you and others, including council candidates, have taken regarding the Cornell Road and annexation. Without the annexation of this area, you will single-handedly condemn Ranch Road to become a freeway, as drivers from the developers along Cost Road use Ranch Road as a cut-through to Fairway Drive to get to Highway 99. Ranch Road was developed as a wide road, and as we know now, wide roads lead to increased speed. We already have people driving too fast. When the Cost Road neighbors recognize that the only way to the freeway is to cut through Ranch Road, speeds and frequency of vehicle traffic will increase. I hope you will rethink your position. I hope you will not condemn Ranch Road to be the only convenient Highway 99 access through our neighborhood. Kids live and play in this neighborhood. The overall plans for the development in this area were well thought out and included many access points along Cornell Road and Chase Drive that would help disperse traffic and not concentrate everything along Ranch Road. Hopefully, those claiming to be a voice for the people will consider their own stance in light of the concerns of their neighbors. Please represent our neighborhood. We are voters in the city and recognize that Fairway Oaks development you voted to improve in August should have more than one access point to Highway 99 from this area. You should approve the Cornell annexation, which will require the Fair Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road and Trace Drive and assist in dispersing traffic along these roads. These roads have always been part of the plan development of the area and should take their fair share of the traffic. They should not be protected for rank political purposes. It does not make sense to punish the Ranch Road and Creekside development residents by sending all the traffic from this end of town through our neighborhoods. We will be watching the outcome of the decision carefully. Next is from John C. Andrade. My name is John C. Andrade. I currently live at 14109 South Lincoln Way. I have lived at this address since 1965. At one point, our family was just one of just two families that lived on this stretch of road from the city limits to Dry Creek. To say that we have witnessed many changes in the area over the years is quite the understatement. I fully recognize that change is a part of life, but I vehemently disagree with the change to my way of life and to the lifestyle of my neighbors, simply to make life easier and more convenient for others. No, and more convenient for others wanting to voice their vision of progress on others. As such, I am strongly opposed to the annexation of the county island into the city of Galt. Just to be clear, I have no qualms with the city of Galt. We have always coexisted peacefully with just a few instances of disagreement over the years. I would say that's a pretty darn good relationship for well over 50 years. But the plain and simple truth is that I do not want to live in the city of Galt nor any other city. That has always been my position and it remains so to this day. I am 89 years old. I don't see my position changing anytime soon. There have been a few discussions of annexation over the years. We have been told many different things by past city officials and staff. Unfortunately, we have grown to become skeptical of things that we have been assured would never happen. We were told that we would never be forced into the city against our will. A number of years later, we were visited by the city engineer, Mr. Kawasaki, who told us that we might want to plant some trees in our front lawn because the road was going to be widened and the existing trees would be removed. When asked why the road was going to be widened, he simply replied to prepare for annexation into the city. He also told us that our private well would need to be moved. Moreover, he said that we would have to bear the cost of digging a new well ourselves. The neighbors all fought that attempted forced annexation that we were promised would never happen. Needless to say, our well is still in the original location. The road was never widened, and we have 2 scrawny trees in our front yard that never grew strong because of lack of sunlight due to our strong and shady county trees. A few years later, the subject of annexation came up again. At that time, we were again assured that we were not the target of annexation, but the developer, I believe it was Bennett and Compton, of the proposed Creekside development needed city services to make the project feasible. Well, again, we weren't dealt with in a truthful and honest way. We were soon told that we were being considered for annexation due to the county demanding that there not be a peninsula of county land surrounded on 3 sides by the city land. We met with County Supervisor Don Natoli, who said that although the county would prefer not to have a peninsula, there was absolutely no demand made upon the city to pursue annexation. He said that the decision was entirely the city's decision to pursue annexation. Moving forward to today, we have now morphed from a peninsula to a full-blown island of county land. One would think that if the county demanded annexation to avoid a peninsula, then they would surely demand annexation to avoid an island. But we heard nothing about purported county demands that time around. The city simply annexed the land and created an island of their own making. That brings us to the present situation. We are once again looking at forced annexation. I understand the city's reasons for desiring annexation, but I also hope you understand our past experiences with the city regarding this issue. The city recently sent us letters outlining promises as to how we will be treated. In my experiences, promises and assurances are more of a guideline than a guarantee in the eyes of some city staff members. They have a way of moving on, leaving the rest of us to deal with the consequences. I was raised to honor my promises, and I raised my children the same way. I'm sure the current city officials and staff have the best of intentions, but my experiences have clouded my hopes for good intentions. It's the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Please read my experiences and viewpoint, and please understand that I am opposed to the annexation of the county land into the city of Galt at this time. Thank you for your time. With all the turmoil currently going on in our country, it is a pleasure to participate in a rational, civil exchange of thoughts with my government. It is an honor to see our democracy at work, and there is no harm in saying, God bless the USA. Next is from Gail Weber. Dear Mayor Sandu, I am a county resident. I am very concerned about the position that you have taken regarding the Cornell Road annexation. The Fairway development has been approved. It doesn't make sense to not annex in the little county island in the middle of things. While I don't live in the city limits, I shop and use Galt's facilities. I've seen what this budget crunch has done to the parks and facilities. You have the small county island in the middle of the city, which uses city's resources such as the police, yet they pay no property tax to the city for that privilege. The island will be able to keep their animals, wells, and septic tanks. Their taxes will not go up, but they will actually benefit from city-maintained roads. Leave those roads in the county, and we all know county roads are not up to the standards of the city roads in Galt. Christensen is one such county-maintained road that is in that shape. It is also not fair to condemn Ranch Road as a cut-through to Fairway Drive because you leave Cornell in disrepair. Please do what is best for your residents here in Galt, not a few county residents who you do not represent. It is not fair to have them reap the benefits of living in the city limits and have their tax dollars go to the county. Why do you listen to less than 20 non-voters over your 25,000 voters? Why do these few outnumber the rights of the many? You were elected mayor of the citizens of Galt. Please don't be so short-sighted that you cannot see the repercussions down the road if you do not vote to annex in the small area. The flooding alone on the corner of Lincoln Cornell every winter when it rains is enough to consider annexing them in and solving this yearly problem. Please, Mayor Sandu, do not continue to make your constituents foot the bill for the Galt services we all enjoy. It is not fair to take our taxes to cover those not in the city limits when the solution is simple. I support the city in the way of sales tax and shopping at local Galt businesses. I don't expect any city services that I pay the county for. As a Galt County resident, I urge you to take care of your city residents. They are the ones who elected you, and they are the ones that expect you to take care of them. The next one is from Dale and LaRonda Templeton. We want to thank Mayor Sandu for hearing our concerns regarding annexation of the Cornell Road area. I'm very impressed by the mayor's hospitality, patience, and willingness to analyze the effect of the city's actions. We sadly followed the August 4th meeting, and it quickly became clear that the plan that Mr. Arias, the outgoing community development director, presented was not vetted with the council, or it was a bait and switch plan. It was not our preference, but had potential to be workable. My family has had issues with the city in the past. The harassment initiated with the city's complaint about standing water that had backed up on our city property in the spring, damaging some old cabins. When we brought in fill dirt to correct the problem in the low area, we were hit with a cease and desist order claiming the city needed that low area for a shock container to prevent flooding until their drainage system could be completed. I learned then that the cities have no conscience regarding paradoxical requirements on city property owners. I understand the desire to have the annexation paid by non-city money. The needs of the affected residents receive no consideration. The city stands to make much more tax money from this new annexation area if we sell and new tax values are established. That concerns me, as they will have no incentive to make us comfortable under their stricter governmental regulations. For Mr. Arias's promise to work some legal agreement providing for the acceptance of existing conditions for current owners is needed. Without a reasonable agreement, I expect little cooperation from the city for any extended time. It is understandable that there is a problem with having rules for new annexations to differ from the rules for existing city dwellers. Some may consider our equipment and storage to be an eyesore. County living requires more activity than typical quarter-acre city dwellings. This require more storage equipment and the ability to maintain mechanical devices. Reasonable storage should not require an expensive structure. Changing our structures, water and sewer systems, which may include hundreds of feet of underground plumbing, and as well as increased monthly costs for water, sewer, and garbage, are among the issues that could easily drain much of the accrued values of our homes. For that reason, I ask you to forego the annexation until the residents of this area vacate their properties. We thank you for your consideration in this matter. Next is from Wendy and Frank Blevins. To the members of the Galt City Council. First, I would like to thank Mayor Sandu, Councilmember Lozano, and Councilmember Campion for their decision to separate the Fairway Oaks subdivision from the County Island annexation project at the August 4th, 2020 meeting. My husband and I are lifelong Galt area residents. In 1972, we purchased our home on Southdale Court within the city limits. We are also the longtime owners of 2 county parcels located on the north side of Cornell Road within the 39.5 acre unincorporated County Island. We purchased the parcel behind our home in 1973, and we acquired the second parcel to the east of the first parcel in 2003. We enjoy the peace and quiet that the open space behind our home provides and have no plans to change anything about how we use our county land. At this time, the County Island residents would prefer to remain in the county and have no desire to be annexed into the city. During the August 4th, 2020 meeting, Chris Arias mentioned that a resident on Joy Drive was upset that his neighbor wanted to put up a cell tower. This resident lives within the county island and was told that the city could do nothing because the land was county and not city. This type of situation is precisely why we do not want to be annexed into the city with the city's rules, regulations, ordinance, and codes. All it would take is one neighbor to complain to the city and we would lose our freedoms and independence of our properties. Also, it concerns me that the city of Galt is not willing to put anything in writing that would protect the rights of the property owners in the county island to continue their way of life. While I understand the city's desire for growth with its plans to annex 446 acres to create 813 new homes and a school, the Fairway Oaks subdivision project should have no trouble moving forward without the annexation of the county island. Arcadia Homes has stated that their development does not need Cornell Road as an access route for the Fairway Oaks development, since they already have access to Glendale Avenue and Ranch Road with the possibility of access to Chase Drive. It would not be fair to Arcadia Homes to have them pay the annexation fee for land they do not need and is of no benefit to them. From what I can see, the city is interested in acquiring the county island at this time because Arcadia Homes will bear the costs of the annexation and the city will benefit from receiving the property tax money from this area at no cost to the city. What about the wishes of the property owners in all of this? In closing, I would appreciate if the mayor and council members would honor the wishes of the property owners and vote against the county island annexation project. Next is from Chris Aguirre. Dear Sandu, I am a Galt resident and registered voter. I live on Ranch Road within the Creekside subdivision. It has come to my attention that you and others, including council candidates, are against the annexation of Cornell Road. Without the annexation of this area, Ranch Road would be the only prime access point for other Galt residents to reach Highway 99. Kids live and play in this neighborhood. If you do not change your position on the Cornell Road annexation, I am afraid Ranch Road will go from being a nice, quiet neighborhood to being known as the Sandu Speedway. Kids would no longer be able to play outside as parents may fear for their safety due to increased traffic and speeds. Mayor Sandu, please rethink your position. You claim to be a voice for the people, and today you have a chance to prove that. Please represent our neighborhood. You should approve the Cornell area annexation, which will require the Fairway Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road and Chase Drive and assist in dispersing traffic along these roadways. These roads have been a part of the plan with this development since its conception. They should not be protected for political purposes. My neighbors and I will be watching the outcome of the decision very closely. Next, Lisa Atkins. Given the newly planned Fairway Oaks development adjacent to Creekside, Cornell Road, and Highway 99, it is important that the annexation go forward in order to properly provide adequate access to the Fairway Oaks development that the council voted for, and that this is supported by the environmental impact report and traffic study. Please approve the island annexation so that we can preserve the well-being of the Creekside development and to allow for a better community. Have the developer improve Cornell Road at their expense instead of the city having to improve it later at taxpayer expense, and to represent the residents of Creekside who are voters in the city. Next is from Zachary Justice. I'm a Galt resident and registered voter. It has come to my attention that you and others, including council candidates, are against the annexation of Cornell Road. With the annexation of this area, Ranch Road would be a prime access point for other Galt residents to reach Highway 99. Kids live and play in this neighborhood. If you do not change your position on the Cornell annexation, I'm afraid Ranch Road will go from being a nice, quiet neighborhood to be known as the Sandu Speedway. Mayor Sandu, please rethink your position. You claim to be a voice for the people, and today you have a chance to prove that. Please represent our neighborhood. You should approve the Cornell area annexation, which will require the Fairway Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road and Trace Drive and assist in dispersing traffic along these roadways. These roads have been a part of the plan with this development since its conception. They should not be protected for political purposes. My neighbors and I will be watching the outcome of this decision very closely. This is from Matthew Shelton. I am a Galt resident and registered voter that lives on Ranch Road. It has come to my attention that you and others, including council candidates, are against the annexation of Cornell Road. One of the candidates is only against it because he does not want traffic by his house, but is willing to sacrifice my road to abundant amounts of traffic without any regards to what those residents think. Without the annexation of this area, Ranch Road would be a prime access point for other Galt residents to reach Highway 99. Kids live and play in this neighborhood. If you do not change your position on the Cornell Road annexation, I'm afraid Ranch Road will go from being a nice, quiet neighborhood to be known as the Sandu Speedway. You can see from the traffic study results that show the traffic will increase significantly from the current amount of vehicles that traveled this road. Mayor Sandu, please rethink your position. You claim to be a voice for the people, but somehow you are siding with county residents who neither you nor the council represent. Today, you have a chance to prove that you listen to the people of the city of Galt that elected you. Please represent our neighborhood. You should approve the Cornell area annexation, which will require the Fairway Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road and Chase Drive and assist in dispersing traffic along those roadways. These roads have been a part of the plan with this development since its conception in the late 1980s. They should not be protected for political purposes. My neighbors and I will be watching the outcome of this decision very closely. Next is from Keith Jones. I am writing to you in hopes that you will vote for the island annexation project. I believe that the addition of the island will be a benefit for the city, as we are currently providing services to this area with no benefit, i.e. Galt Police will respond in this area before the sheriff office will. The annexation of the island will allow the city to collect some additional and much needed property tax revenue. Also, the addition of the island will give the city the opportunity to correct some much needed connectivity issues we have along Lincoln Way. The lack of the connectivity also possess some less than desirable conditions for school-age children that walk along Lincoln Way to go to school. Not to mention city residents that walk along Lincoln Way too. The Fairway Oaks project annexation was also recommended unanimously to council by the Planning Commission. With all that said, I ask you to be mindful to what is best for the city of Galt, and allowing this annexation is best for the city. Next is from Jeff Hood. As a longtime resident of the Creekside development who lives near the proposed Fairway Oaks project, I ask the city council to approve the island annexation project tonight as presented. I knew in 1992 when I bought my home that the Fairway Oaks property would eventually be developed with closer access to Highway 99. The first steps have already been taken with council approval of the development plan, map and plan. Failing to approve the annexation means my neighbors and I may be subject to some alternative development, which won't likely be as well thought out as the pending Fairway Oaks plan. This project is a stone's throw from my home, and while I prefer to not have additional homes near me, I believe it shows the thoughtful approach to this property and is the best solution for its eventual development. Please see that Galt grows in a logical and well-planned manner and vote in support of the annexation as presented. Next is Gerald Gearhart. I'm a Galt resident and voter and live in the Creekside development. I'm very concerned about the position you have taken regarding the Cornell Road annexation. The Fairway development has been approved. It doesn't make sense to not annex in the little county island in the middle of things. The island will be able to keep their animals, wells, and septic tanks. Their taxes will not go up, but they will actually benefit from city maintained roads. Leave those roads in the county, and we all know county roads are not up to standards of the city roads in Galt. Please don't condemn Ranch Road as a cut through to Fairway Drive because you leave Cornell in disrepair. Please do what is best for your residents here in Galt, not a few county residents who you do not represent. It is not fair to have them reap the benefits of living in the city limits and have their tax dollars go to the county. You were elected mayor of the citizens of Galt. Please don't be so short-sighted that you cannot see the repercussions down the road if you do not vote to annex in the small area. The flooding alone on the corner of Lincoln and Cornell every winter when it rains is enough to consider annexing them in and solving this yearly problem. Please, Mayor Sandu, do not continue to make your constituents foot the bill for the Galt services we all enjoy. It is not fair to take our taxes to cover those not in the city limits when the solution is simple. Next is Jim and Joanna Henderson. I live in the city of Galt and am one of the residents within the city limits that you promised to represent. Please do what is best for the taxpayers in the city of Galt and vote yes to annex in the Cornell Road annexation. It is very unusual for there to be a county island in the middle of a small town like ours. You need to do what is best for all the tax-paying citizens of Galt. If annexed, will their taxes go up? No, but some of those taxes that now go to the county will come to the city of Galt. They have all the benefits of living in the city without the responsibility, and they are a drain on our resources. They need to pay for their fair share like the other residents of Galt with their taxes. They can keep their septic tank, their wells, and their animals, but they will have the option to tie in with the city when and if those things start to fail. It will be their choice. Right now, Cornell Road is full of potholes. If you do not vote to bring them into the city limits, those improvements to the road will be maintained by the county and not the city. And everyone knows county roads are much more in disrepair than our Galt city roads. Please represent the families of Galt, your constituents and people who actually vote council in to look after our best interests. Next is Christy Jones. I understand that you have a tough decision to make tonight regarding the island annexation project. As a resident of Galt at 948 Chisholm Trail, I would urge you to vote in favor of the island annexation projects. Decision like this one tonight demonstrate to the Galt citizens who you represent, the city or the county. This island annexation project makes sense for Galt. Typically, county islands are difficult for both city and county, and tonight we have the opportunity to bring the county island into the city. Not only will this annexation bring in some needed property tax dollars into the city, the addition of the Fairway Oaks project and the use of the Cornell Road make a lot of sense to me for council to vote yes for this. It is very obvious by the current road condition along Cornell Road that the county has done little to no maintenance. With Cornell Road being one of the access points for the approved Fairway Oaks projects, will the county maintain the road to leave that is acceptable for the traveling public if you vote no? I think we know the answer to the question based on the current road conditions along Cornell Road. If the county does not maintain the road, that means more traffic will come down Ranch Road. To help maintain a balanced traffic flow for the Fairway Oaks project, we will need to have Cornell Road, Ranch Road, and the access point onto Glendale to share the traffic load. Thank you for your time to listen and consider my option as a Galt resident. Next letter is from Randy Shelton. I'm a Galt resident and registered voter and former mayor. As we have previously spoken, you and others, including council candidates, are against the annexation of Cornell Road. Without the annexation of this area, Ranch Road would be a prime access point for other Galt residents to reach Highway 99. Children live and play in this neighborhood, and many families take family walks with Ranch Road becoming a thoroughfare. You put many residents at risk. Not changing your mind and seeing the benefits from using Cornell Road as an additional means of entry and evacuation means for the many people in the Creekside neighborhood, you have again lost sight of what your responsibilities are as a council member. As has been stated, if you do not reconsider your position to the Cornell Road annexation, I am afraid Ranch Road will go from being a nice, quiet neighborhood to be known as the Sandu Raceway. Mayor Sandu, please rethink your position. This project was started back in 1989. I Galt in 1995 as a Galt Fire Board member, and you basically pre-approved to include Cornell Road as an entrance exit way. That was 30 plus years ago. You claim to be a voice for the people, and today you have a chance to prove that. Please represent our neighborhood. You should approve the Cornell area annexation, which will require the Fairway Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road and Chase Drive and assist in dispersing traffic along these roadways. These roads have been a part of the plan with this development since its conception. They should not be protected for political purposes. It is my understanding that all existing uses would allowed to be maintained as a legal non-conforming. My neighbors and I will be watching the outcome of this decision very closely. Next is Daniel Perez. Please do not let the housing on Ranch Road. People already think it is a freeway. Take a look at the people that have moved. I live on the corner of Ranch Road. Some car go, I bet 50 miles or faster. No, please stop it. Next is from Liz Hagland. The city council should support the city's island annexation, which is adjacent to the Creekside neighborhood. The annexation includes small county areas completely surrounded by the city on both sides of Lower Sacramento Road, including the Cornell Road area. This annexation has long been planned, and given the newly planned Fairway Oaks development adjacent to Creekside, Cornell Road, and Highway 99, it is now important that the annexation finally go forward in order to properly provide adequate access to the Fairway Oaks development that this council voted for and that is supported by the environmental impact report and traffic study. If the annexation does not go forward, the developer will not have to improve Cornell Road, and that cost will eventually be left to the city and all of us as local taxpayers. Such a result would be an absolute failure of leadership on the part of the city council. Additionally, more traffic will flow down Ranch Road as the developments west of Lower Sacramento and adjacent to Cost Road Drive down Ranch Road on their way to Highway 99. Ranch Road will push through to Glendale adjacent to Fairway Drive. Cornell Road and Chase Drive are planned to connect as well in order to properly and fairly distribute traffic flow. The traffic study for the Fairway Oaks development called for 4 roadway connections: Ranch Road, Glendale, Cornell, and Chase Drive. Without all 4 connections, the council will condemn the Creekside development to taking on all the through traffic. I have been a part of the community for many years, and I have had many residents and neighbors come to me in the last 6 weeks deeply concerned about this issue and deeply concerned that the city would renege on its long-term promises for adequate access into Creekside and Fairway Oaks developments as identified in the traffic study for these projects. The traffic study is part of the project environmental assessment and should be approved as recommended without political tampering. Council should support the annexation, which in turn will allow for a better overall planned community, require the Fairway Oaks developer to improve Cornell Road at their expense instead of the city having to improve it later at a taxpayer expense, and represent the residents of Creekside who are actually voters in the city. The city planning department has addressed the concerns of the residents of Cornell Road as to the lack of material effect of annexation on their current use of their properties. The city council now needs to address the concerns of city residents on Ranch Road and within the Creekside development. Don't create a Ranch Road speedway for political purposes. Next is from Fran Hooper. I have been a homeowner in the Creekside subdivision for 22 years. I am writing to remind the council that commitments have been made by the city of Galt to the residents of the subdivision. When you vote regarding the annexation of the nearby properties, please keep in mind that your loyalty should belong to the citizens of our city who voted you into office, not the residents of the county who do not and should not make decisions for Galt. Please vote in favor of annexing this county property in order to alleviate the future traffic nightmare that is a guaranteed certainty. Thank you for your consideration. That's all the public comments I have received.
Thank you. Anybody on the Zoom webinar?
Yes, I have 2 hands raised.
Okay, go ahead.
Going to allow. I have up Sean Farmer. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sean Farmer, resident of Southdale Court. I'm actually wasn't going to comment, but I'm not actually going to comment on my opinion of this issue. I think I just want to thank staff for clarifying some of the points I think that some of the residents had, the county residents, about the non-conforming uses. But what I didn't see in the staff report that I was concerned about tonight, but Cornell Road improved. Is there infrastructure being planned underneath that improvement? Thinking ahead, we're all talking about foresight and all that. If one of the county residents had to, for some reason, connect to city sewer or water, does that mean we're going to tear up our newly improved road? And if so, does that how does that affect the cost to the county resident to then have to do that? That's my first question. Is the infrastructure in place or going to be planned to be in place? Second question is the improvements to Lincoln Way, if that's going to be handled by the developer as well, or if that's something the city's going to do. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, thank you. I also have a Ruth Barajas. Ruth, go ahead and unmute your mic and you can speak.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor Sandu. My name is Ruth Barajas, and I live in the Creekside Development. We also support the annexation of the county area that was originally proposed to be part of the development for this area. We think it will be helpful, and it was part of the original thought process, and we'd like you to support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Next, I have Bonnie Rodriguez. Bonnie, go ahead and unmute your mic and you can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Council. I apologize. I meant to send an email earlier, but Mr. Farmer reminded me that I did not do that when he spoke about it. I did actually reach out to Planning and Public Works when this first went before you. And there is no infrastructure planned for Cornell Road at this point. So looking into the future, every single one of those residents at some time or another, when they have to connect to city utilities, that street will have to be ripped up. Sidewalks will have to come up to connect those homes. So I would maybe suggest as a show of good faith to those Cornell residents who are uncomfortable with this situation, that maybe the city tries to work with the developer to put in the infrastructure on that road, put the connections in going up to their residents so that it will be a heck of a lot cheaper for those residents to have to eventually connect to the utilities. That way the street doesn't have to be ripped up each time the individual homeowners, in whether it's in 5 weeks or 50 years, have to connect to city utilities. It seems to be a little bit of an oversight from planning that they didn't catch this, that that infrastructure should be put in. It should be pretty close. It shouldn't be a huge thing. Cornell's not long, but thank you for considering. I'm not going to weigh in either way on the annexation. So I know this isn't really the most appropriate place to be telling you this. And I apologize for not getting to you guys earlier privately, but something to really think about for that infrastructure and a show of good faith to those Cornell residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. There are no further hands raised on the attendee side.
And Tina, there is no more comment, right?
No more written public comment.
Okay, if there is no more comment, I would like to close the public hearing. Then I like to bring back that agenda item to the council. Before I ask my other colleagues, I would like to address a couple things before we making a decision. You know, I really appreciate Creekside residents, their comment. I appreciate, I did understand their concern. And I also understand the concern with the annex residents. The Creekside, I heard a lot of comment and I agree with them. If my house is there and there is more traffic, just my concern too. But the only thing because a lot of comment, I heard they said my position. Actually, if you watch the meeting on August 4, I don't make my decision about the annex. This is just a rumor. If I want to make the decision a last time, it's easy for me. I make a lot of this hard decision. If I against the annex, I can say no. And we all understand that project can go. And project can stop. But I don't. I don't know how come this rumor will comes up, but if you watch the August 4, I will ask my colleagues, Vice Mayor Lozano and Kurt Campion, yes, we do have a discussion. At the end of the day, we want a more time, bring back to the council. I want a more discussion. I want to make sure these residents on a Creekside, they're satisfied. I want to make sure, and then also I want to make sure the residents on the creek side, they satisfied what the best we can do. And I know it's the best interest of the city. I did understand the Creekside residents. They voted for me. I respect much more, and I respect every day. And that's on the comment. I also heard something political purpose. And all Galt residents, they know me. When I was around my election, I does not get any fundraising from anybody. I run my own money. And there is no political purpose. And I will make the right decision, what the best for the city. And the other thing I cannot, I'm from the people living outside the city, like there, if I can mention, there's a lot of people, stakeholder in outside the city. Like in the people, like in Mr. Templeton, I met him first time. He's a very nice person. He have a concern. And my responsibility to give them a time to listen their concern. Same thing outside the city, Gail Weber, Terry Parker, Dan Denier, and much more. I maybe not mention all of them. They have a best interest. They have an investment on the city. Yes, I'm talking about all the Galt citizens. They are, I have a lot more respect, but I cannot ignore to listen to these people, what their concern is. And on August 4th, we are agreed to bring back that, then discuss more on the annexation. And even is more over, I see a lot of comments, they're talking about the Corner Road. If you last council meeting, we did approve that. BTST Senator May, that road, we cannot close the road. And I like to, even illegally, I will ask Mr. Hoffman, explain to me that road already we go through. Mr. Hoffman.
Oops. All right, I'm back. And I might need a little bit of help from our Public Works Director, Mike, as well. But the map was approved. Cornell Road currently goes into Fairway Oaks. That is an open road. I think the concerns that we heard from the public is, what is the ultimate condition of that road? How does it get improved? And I think some of the concerns were, if this annexation did take place, it would be an improvement that would be done through the city improvement process. But if it was an annexation and it wasn't approved, there would be a portion of the property, the road would still need to be improved, but it'd be done through the county engineering process, and it'd be an encroachment permit. But at this point in time, the annexation and the resolution before you is strictly, do you want to annex the land or not? The map has been conditioned, and you don't have any conditions before you tonight that change or modify the Fairway Oaks project. Did I hit what you were looking for, Mayor?
I just want to make sure on the Creekside people, they understand this is already done in the last meeting. Yes, the road might be condition is different, but that road can well be open. The second thing, the reason last time I asked to bring that back, this agenda item, the reason is there is a government code, 56375.3. Mr. Hoffman, could you explain to the public, because this island resident, they don't have that luxury, whatever the other, annex we have.
Sure, I think in the past, annexations were, at least if they were a peninsula and an island that we saw in the 90s, the city was requested to take a look at that annexation or that area, that island, and they would propose an annexation. And at that point in time, again, back in the 90s, if 50% of the voters within that annexation area didn't want the annexation, they could vote it down. And really, you've seen a change in that legislature over the last 10 years to where there's really a push from municipalities to consolidate services and look at cities, counties, who's in the best geographic position to provide services to an area. So for islands, you've really seen a push, and we've seen this come up on this project, Mayor, in which the question comes up, why is the city even doing this? You know, why? Because we're, I guess, highly encouraged is, I guess, the phrase that I would use. State law, and that's passed down to all the different county LAFCOs, really directs us. Take a look at one disadvantaged communities as well as islands, and make sure that a community is providing services. So that's why we're doing it at this time, because the state tells us we need to take a look at islands and incorporate them where we can. And for this island, I know there's a number of residents that really feel strongly that they want to maintain their county presence, but the city of Galt is truly in a position to provide better services to these properties, and we already do. The only thing that's going to take place after this annexation, if it's approved and it goes through, is we're going to provide the same services we currently do. It's just property taxes are going to go to the city and they aren't going to go to the county.
Thank you. Thank you. And the one thing I, again, like to explain all the residents in Galt, my position never be not do the annexation. I never, and even that's why my position was we needed more research. We needed more community outreach. And especially Mr. Hines, when I talked to him and I directed him, his director approach these people and just ask them what they want. And that's not mean I'm against the annexation. That's just a rumor. So before I make the other comment, I would like to give an opportunity to my other colleagues, and I will ask Vice Mayor Lozano. Are you on mute? Vice Mayor Lozano.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. It said that it was unmuted, but apparently you weren't hearing me. I appreciate all the comments tonight, and I certainly appreciate all of the meetings that I've had with different folks in and about this project area, and listening to the feedback. I did also get to meet a few of the residents in the county area by telephone, and it was pretty enlightening. I do look at this entire area as one big project. I know we bifurcated our discussions on it to some degree, but when you look back over the last several decades of the plan for this area, there are a lot of puzzle pieces that need to be put together. Some of it had to do with city acquiring property. The other piece had to do with city selling some property, and we did that here on this recent council. And so I think another piece of this is access and safety for the community that currently exists. I think we heard tonight, and I heard over the last, I don't know, couple, 2 or 3 weeks, residents talk about access and what their expectation was of their community. And I'm talking about the Creekside community when they purchased their homes, that there was some expectation that there would be some improvements done to Cornell and as it connected into the new community. And it was one big, for lack of better term, and I know it's the wrong terminology, but master planned area. And so I can appreciate that. I can appreciate them wanting to have access for public safety to more access points for public safety to get in to their roadways and into their homes. I also understand the folks that live in the area that's considered for annexation, the county folks, and their desire to keep what they have in terms of use and not being forced to connect to city utilities and just keep their wells and septic tanks. And I appreciate that. And you know, there's some other things that are going to be an exception there until significant improvements are done on their property. I would like to hear, before I finish, what the plan is for Cornell Road, because it was brought up by Mr. Farmer and Ms. Rodriguez about improving it, improving Cornell Road so that in the future we don't have to remove part of the roadway to connect residents. And I'll be honest, I have not heard from one resident that has a desire to immediately, in the near future or in the future period, connect to city services. But I do have an interest in maybe if we're going to make improvements down Cornell Road at some level, at least having that main line go through there so that at some point residents, if they choose to connect, I don't know that it's wise to spend money. And it may be, I mean, just in terms of what the costs are, but I don't know that it's wise to really spend money that we may or may not use for 50 years. I mean, that kind of takes me back to the some of the arguments I heard over the time when we were talking about putting in water meters. So, but anyhow, Mr. Selling or Mr. Hines, whoever, what does that look like should the annexation happen, and what will Cornell look like on top of the improved roadways that will eventually happen, but more talking about the infrastructure?
Yeah, if the city manager is okay, I can go ahead and take a shot at that. Okay. So essentially for a case like this, and there are no current plans to do any wet infrastructure, water sewer lines down Cornell, as you noted, Vice Mayor Lozano, that at least we're unaware of anyone wanting to immediately connect and to basically, I guess, front that cost and put in that infrastructure for someday is not something that we would, look to do. Not to say that it couldn't be done, but essentially the funds would have to come from probably one of two sources, either current capital reserves in those funds, which are paid obviously by current ratepayers or past ratepayers, not the county property owners that are along that roadway there. So, again, that's kind of the main reason that we would not look to do that for, like you said, it may never be used kind of thing. So the other thing that I can tell you that municipalities do from time to time as opportunities come up for grant funding, and this would be from like the community development block grant or something like that for eligible areas, we may be able to get some grant funding to do something like that. But again, there are no current plans for that, and not to say that we couldn't apply for such potential grant funds, but it would probably be, at least a couple of years out or so, I would say. So, well, I understand, and believe me, we definitely don't like to go cutting into roads any more than we absolutely have to. But you're talking a substantial cost. I know that Mr. Clarkson, our city engineer, is on the line as an attendee. He may have a better sense of a ballpark number if you or other council members were looking for some kind of estimate on that cost. But it would be substantial. So, I mean, you're looking at probably, I think, about 1,800 feet or so of, line that would need to be put in. So,
Yeah, I'm not necessarily looking for a cost tonight, but I do think it's prudent that if at some point we're going to reimagine that roadway, or any roadway for that matter, looking at the cost of infrastructure at that point is so important because, if we're going to have it's kind of like going to the mechanic. If you're going to have the whole front end torn apart, you might as well, add a water pump in there because the labor later down the road will be so cost prohibitive potentially. But at least certainly looking at that. And I will have, for full disclosure, I have to say, I've spoken with quite a few residents that are in that area, and I don't know of anybody that has any interest in connecting today or in the near future, or even the future. But it would be interesting to see once that begins to unfold what that looks like, because I do share some of those concerns in that. And at the sake of repeating myself, just tearing up a roadway we just built, and that doesn't make sense. So I think projects on B Street that we're holding off on doing some improvements on that roadway because of future infrastructure that we're going to have to replace. So anyhow, I'll say that, and I will really stop there for now and let the rest of my colleagues go.
If I could interject one more piece of information, I heard mention of sidewalks before. Just to correct that, this would not be built to a city standard, a full city standard. This would be built to a county rural residential standard, essentially. So there would be no sidewalks. And because of the potential right-of-way that we have out there, there may be opportunities. I say maybe. We'd have to look at it if and when the time comes, to potentially locate those lines within the right-of-way and maybe near the edge of the roadway or something to minimize the disruption and cost.
Yeah, and I do want to thank you for that, Mr. Selling, and I do want to thank Mr. Hines and the rest of the staff that really put a lot of work into this last several weeks, talking with residents, really trying to do what we can to memorialize their concerns and memorialize our stances related to that. And I fully understand. I mean, in a matter of 10 years, we all here sitting on this Zoom meeting may not be involved. And so, I recognize their desire to have that memorialized. And I think I mentioned that back in August 4th. If we let's do what we can to memorialize it, get it in writing, so that in the future, should this issue come up, that the people who are having to review that understand what our intent is and specifically what our desires were. So that's all I have for now. I appreciate you guys and everything you've done and all the public comment and meeting requests and telephone calls that we've done over the last several weeks. Appreciate all of you. Voter or not, you're all Galt residents, and we do appreciate you.
Thank you. Mr. Selling, I'm going to echo what Vice Mayor asked. If somebody, the resident on the annex, and their pump went out, for example, they need a connection on the sewer, and we do not have an infrastructure. And what kind of cost one thing, how we can handle it. The other thing, what kind of cost, just a connection fees they have, I believe again, but can you a little bit explore on that? Because they have a concern, some of the residents over there.
Yeah, I'm probably going to defer to Mr. Clarkson if he's still available, but I don't know what offhand our connection fee would be, but then it would also depend on where they're located in terms of proximity to our existing lines, meaning if they were closer to, say, Lincoln, where we have a line versus further away. But typically, you know, an applicant, whether it's a commercial or residential, would pay the cost of essentially, you know, making that connection and installing that service line.
So that's mean that resident will pay the whole line, even it's go through the Cornell, or they can pay just the only connection, because this is not going to be like in,
right.
We share the cost with the sewer line, or
It would depend. It would depend if there were other property owners potentially that were wanting to connect at the same time. I mean, they could essentially, you know, work that out together. The other thing that's done sometimes is what's called an area of benefit, in which say that first initial person would pay that cost. And then as the other potential properties came online and made their connection, they would essentially pay their share of that cost. And that original person who, you know, upfront paid for the line would be reimbursed from the following property owners as they connected. So.
Okay, thank you. The other question along the line, you know, that's sidewalk. And I don't know, some of the residents, they're getting mail from the previous, you know, but they said they're getting information, they're going to sidewalk only one side. And can you clear that there will be no sidewalk, or there can be both side, can be a sidewalk? Or what's the plan on that?
Yeah, so for Cornell Road, basically what's shown on the plans and what was kind of worked out was, in order to maintain the rural character of the neighborhood, was to essentially widen it to a minimum 20-foot roadway, so 10-foot lane in each direction, which is the minimum width. And then there's a 5-foot, you know, separated, if you will, by either what's called an asphalt dike, or, you know, just a raised curb, if you will, to delineate the walk path / bike lane that would be on the north side of the roadway only. So it'd be a 5-foot bike / pedestrian walk path on the north side, asphalt, no concrete, no sidewalk. So.
Thank you. Council Member Campion, sorry about that, Campion. Are you out there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank staff for the extra efforts they went through in terms of outreach to the community, as well as the preparation of the staff report. I think it's very clear. I think it advances what some of the concerns were expressed by the county residents. But I think more importantly, it becomes very clear that the community, at least the community in close proximity to this area, is very concerned about the circulation aspects, of which Cornell is critical. As part of the annexation, I think that it's necessary in order for, you know, we've heard a number of reasons and concerns expressed by the Creekside with regard to drainage, with regard to speeding, with regarding to overall traffic numbers. So I think the extra time that we took, I think, has been beneficial for all. And I feel the same as I did at the August 4th meeting, that the annexation should be approved, and that we should move forward with it. I do have one question with staff. I just want to make it clear that the Cornell does actually connect to the Fairway project, and there would be an internal connection. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, there's no chance that someone's going to try and block Cornell. I mean, I guess I have a concern with.
No.
Okay. Like I said, I'm satisfied with, and was satisfied at the last meeting, and am ready to proceed with an action.
Council Member Vice Mayor Lozano, any comment?
Yeah, I do want to echo what Councilman Campion said in terms of taking the extra time. I think my only hesitation back then is that we were going to put it off and that would never come back. And so I know I did receive a few comments after the last meeting about my persistence with making sure we got this on a particular calendar. And so I do appreciate the extra time. I think it did help, and it certainly, you know, I was supportive of the annexation before, but I certainly today still am, and would like to move it forward as well.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, the staff. They are much clearer picture on this report as you compare on the last report. And I don't want to criticize on the last CEO, but certainly to my view, there was not that much clarification. And this report, thank you for Mr. Hines. He directed his staff, get this report. And especially these, my main concern by the last time, to want to make sure we get enough time to reach these annex residents and communicate them what the best we can do for them. And I really look at the report. They have some concern. I believe I give the letter to Mr. Hines, and that letter, what they want to keep the residents. This is already in this report. And these residents also have the concern they lose trust on previous council, previous staff, and they wanted something written. And this time, I believe again, and I want to confirm before I vote, I want to confirm with the staff what is in the report and what these residents want to ask is look like a written something like a grandfathering their properties so they can keep their operation, what they're doing, unless there is a big renovation or there is a big thing change. I would like to confirm from Mr. Hines and like to confirm from Mr. Hoffman.
Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. We did take our lead from you and the residents that you had heard from, and we knew that there were concerns about the traffic patterns, the potential traffic patterns. There were concerns about the ability to maintain the current utilization of their properties, the ability to maintain the current well structures and utility structure without having to connect to the city and making it their decision. And so we did what we did what we could to craft this proposal that is now in front of you all to what we believe addresses the needs and the concerns of the citizens in that particular area. And we did reach out to a number of citizens. Mr. Hoffman reached out to a lot of the folks in that area. I think Director Selling, I think he was reaching out to a person today as well. So, you know, our approach here at City Hall is to reach out to our residents and to make sure that we get their input into these actions that come before the council. So it reflects, so we have an indication of what the will of the people are and the sort of the diversity of opinions that are out there, and trying to craft a proposal that meets their needs and also meets the needs of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. And the other thing is on that staff report, And I did ask you if you can explore what kind of a traffic impact on Corner Road, Ranch Road, and Glendale. And thank you for you give me that report. For this explain, I would like to have who will explain to the citizen on Corner Road, how much traffic will be there, like in a normal and on a Ranch Road. And I believing in most of the traffic is going to go to Glendale. So could you kind of explain to the creek side and the annex residents, the traffic can be normal. It's not going to be, I heard a lot of, comment, they can be a flood, the traffic. Could you somebody explain to the public?
So yeah, I can take that. And I don't know if well, I think it was up earlier anyway, as far as the table. But essentially, as I noted, I think in the presentation on the one slide, and I'm just glancing at it on my screen here. So at Cornell and Lincoln Way, so this is both directions basically there on Cornell, on the Cornell leg at the intersection, both directions of traffic, east and west. There's currently 24 vehicles in the peak hour. And so that is roughly 10% is the rule of thumb in traffic engineering, is you look at the peak hour and what the volumes are there. So the traffic consultant that did the analysis for this, they determined that there were currently, and they usually put tubes out on the roads to count the cars. And so they've determined that there were 24 vehicles on the Cornell leg there, and that's existing. And then when you add in the additional volume from the development from Fairway Oaks, that is another 20 vehicles in that same peak hour. And I believe this was the PM peak hour. There's two peaks usually in traffic engineering, a morning peak and an afternoon or evening peak, depending. And so this would be the evening peak, which was the worst of the two. So again, in an hour, you're adding 20 additional vehicles. So if you split that, over the course of 60 minutes, that's one additional vehicle every 3 minutes. And I can tell you, one vehicle every 3 minutes, you can kind of, take your phone or whatever and start a stopwatch and count one and wait 3 minutes and then count two. It's a pretty long time. So, so it is pretty minimal traffic. And then looking at Ranch Road, currently on the Ranch Road leg at Lincoln Way. So this is again, both the east and west directions on Ranch Road only. The existing volume is 117 vehicles in that peak hour. And I believe, again, this was the afternoon or evening peak. So when you look at what the development's gonna add to it, it's another 32 vehicles in that peak hour. So again, 32 vehicles over 60 minutes, that's about one every 2 minutes. So again, a pretty low volume of additional traffic. And maybe one correction, I was glancing at I pulled up the traffic study. I think I misspoke earlier. I said that the level of service was at a grade A, which means basically less than 10 seconds of delay. And I was incorrect. It's actually at level of service B, which just means, I think it's 10 to about 20 seconds of delay. And so these are just over the level of B threshold. So they're actually level of service B in both what's out there right now and what will be the case when the development is built out. So again, a very nominal impact, if you will.
So thank you. So that means the traffic is not going to be, if any road can be flooded, traffic can be very normal, right?
Correct. Yeah, no, this is, the other thing in traffic is basically, a 2-lane road essentially can handle a maximum before it basically goes to what we call a failed congestion level. It can handle about 1,500 cars in an hour. So, here you're looking at a total of either 44 cars in the peak hour on Cornell and 149 on Ranch. So you can see, I mean, those numbers are extremely low and far from a failing threshold, so of congestion.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The last thing is to point towards the annex. And as a city, we're getting around $60,000 property tax. And this property tax is not going to increase the property on an annex. And this 60,000 we can get because the part of from Sacramento back, right?
That is correct.
So this $60,000 is just because right now there's all these parcels there in the county, so they take all the property tax, but if they're in the city, it can come back to us. And this not going to increase anything, the property tax, because property tax already under Sacramento County. Is that correct, right?
That is correct.
The other thing I would like to mention the annexation residence. Is sometimes we live there and we do not want to change, but sometimes in the annex property, sometimes more value in the future. And I deeply concerned, and that's why I take another 2 months to research and give these residents, annex residents, every opportunity. And thank you for this step. And especially their biggest concern to me, they can keep their whatever they're doing. And this staff report is to me, and if I'm wrong, is kind of something we're giving to these residents is in written so they can keep what they're doing. Is I'm right? All right, let me ask my other colleagues if they have any questions.
I have no questions.
Any
Mr.
comment?
Mayor. I'm satisfied.
All right. And then I say in the beginning, a perception is loud time is not right. My perception, my was is not I was against. I just want to make sure, give the every opportunity to annex. And I'm an elected official. I will do the best what the city wants to do. And I appreciate Galt resident. I also appreciate the annex residents. All right, if nobody have any question, I would like to entertain the motion.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation for annexation of the county island.
I will second that.
All right, we received the presentation, open public hearing, received comment upon closing the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving the annex project. Motion by Vice Mayor Lozano and second by Council Member Campion. Seeing we have a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion, Councilmember Campion,
Campion,
Oh, excuse me.
you're on mute.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 3-0. Thank you again. I thank you for all the public comment. I thank you for the city, all the Galt City. I also thank you for the comment from the Creek. This is a hard decision, and I will make the best decision, what the best I can do. I may be sorry to these, some of the people, I may be hurt their feeling, but I want to make the best decision, what the best for the city. Thank you. Now I would like to move the next agenda item.
Mr. Mayor,
Completion. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. I just alerted Councilmember Farmer and Councilmember Lamson that they could rejoin the meeting.
Sorry about that.
And if we could wait a couple of minutes for them to rejoin us. Okay, Councilmember Lamson has rejoined us. We're still looking for Councilmember Farmer. And he has just joined us.
All right, I'm going to move the next agenda item subject. Completion of proceeding to form Community Facility District number 2020, number 2, Liberty Range. Mr. Hines.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that our legal team has been working on. And when we had our last hearing in front of the council, there were a number of questions that council members posed to the legal team. We did our due diligence and responded to those questions. They're actually listed in the back of the item, I think after Exhibit B in the agenda. But to fortify our position and to answer any additional questions about this, and also to present the item, we have with us, we have Kim Byrons of BB&K, we have Eric Shivrins of NHA Advisors, and Mike Medvey of Wildan Financial Services. And so I'm going to turn it over to that team, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kim Byrons, Mayor and members of the City Council. And tonight we are going to complete the proceedings to form the CFD with the conduct of a public hearing and the conduct of a landowner election. As you'll recall, on September 1st, we brought forward a resolution of intention to form the CFD, together with a resolution of a necessity to incur bonded indebtedness at that time. The resolutions basically set the parameters for the Community Facilities District and called a hearing for tonight, October 6th. With that, I think that Mayor Sidiou, you can go through the process of opening the hearing.
Okay, thank you. Before I open the hearing, I would like to ask the council member, anybody have any question? Any comment?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I did get a chance to talk with Ms. Byrons this afternoon to go over any of the questions that I had at the last meeting. There are some, and I just want to make, for purposes of clarification, I want to ask a couple of questions so that it is on the record. One of those on the, and I don't know who would be responding, but we talked on the high density residential portion, the response under question number 5. And I understand after talking to her that there would be no tax for the public facilities infrastructure, high density residential properties, and that they would probably be proximity to utilize those facilities.
Council member Campion, we can't hear you.
Are you there? Hello?
Mr. Campion, yes. Go ahead. Council member Campion cannot hear.
Yeah, I'm speaking. You can't hear me still?
Now I can hear.
I don't know why this I keep going in and out on this, and I'm not sure the connection or what it is, but in any case, getting back to the public facilities for high density residential, that it would probably be in proximate location for use on the property, but simply they have a tax on the property in that the developer would utilize other funding or capitalize on the infrastructure that's been in place by the Mello-Roos district to fund the project. And it's not such an issue of benefit in accordance with the Mello-Roos proceedings here tonight. So I may not really agree with that, but that is the way it is set up. The other question that I had dealt with the what fees would be included as part of the bond issue and would be accessible to development for purposes of public improvements. She clarified that these would be projects consistent with the city's master plan, whether it's the sewer, water, storm drain, but those would be committed within 3 years to projects that would benefit the project, which I understand. Lastly, the issue which I had a question with was under the RMA item or section dealing with the rate methodology as well as setting the maximum tax. But I question for either the attorney or Ms. Byron, in the city's goals and policies referenced here, and I did get a copy this afternoon, it says that the maximum tax can be adjusted 2% annually, a maximum of 2% annually. Does that apply under this provision under item number 7, where it sets the maximum tax?
Okay, I believe online is Mike Medvey at Wildan Financial, the special tax consultant. Is he available?
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the special tax A for facilities can increase at a maximum of 2% per year. That's the restriction in the act. The special taxes for services can increase at a rate greater than that. And we have an escalator in there consistent with the CPI inflation. But yes, the special tax A, the one for facilities, the big one, goes up by a maximum of 2% per year.
Okay. And I guess my concern was the way it read, that the method of apportionment shall be permanently reduced if the administrator reasonably determines that the lower maximum tax, whether it's B or A, would be sufficient to meet the special tax requirements. And I understand that process to be that an analysis done prior to the issuance of bonds, whereby the market value of the home, expected sales price would be determined in order to calculate what the necessary millage tax would be, in addition to the ad valorem tax or property tax, in order to cover the service costs that, I guess, in an initial analysis. Is that correct?
Yes. So this is something that is fairly commonly done, especially nowadays. What we'll do is establish the initial tax rates, and we'll establish them in such a way that they are fairly conservative. They're capable of covering the necessary costs, with the caveat that we understand there may be a desire in the future to lower these in case there are market fluctuations. In this case, we are applying that same principle, that we are going to target a specific total effective tax rate. So again, that is a very typical action that we take with CFDs. We're going to adjust the rates before bond issuance. After that, they'll be locked in place. And I think the most important thing to bear in mind is that right now, the idea is to have the tax rates at 1.9% total. And when we reset them, the goal again will be to have them at 1.9% of the sales price. The city disagreed with the developer on what the sales prices would eventually be. The city wanted to be more conservative and leave open the possibility that sales prices would be lower. The developer wanted to project that the sales prices would be higher, thus funding more infrastructure. So we set the special taxes in such a way that when bonds are issued and we have a better idea of what the home prices will be, the 1.9% will be the absolute limit. We will take the new sales prices that are now starting to become more clear at the time of bond issuance, and we'll run them through our fiscal impact model to make sure the city is made whole on all services. And then whatever is left over under that 1.9% limit will be the facilities tax. And that facilities tax will pay for the bonds that fund the infrastructure. That's the part the developer wants to maximize. But I do want to stress that the intent right now is to have a 1.9% effective tax rate. And when we reset the tax rates at bond issuance, it will also be 1.9. How it gets divided up between the facilities and the services will depend on that analysis that we perform. But the purpose of that analysis is to make sure that city services are covered no matter what price the home sells for.
Okay. I guess one last question, and it's more of I'm not sure how it works out, but looking under the response number 8, capitalized interest, I understand they're going to use probably bond proceeds in order to make payments during the construction period, but the tax appears to be triggered at the point of building permit is, or I guess the residential construction.
I think
you cut out a little
Can you
bit.
hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I got the gist of your question.
Can you hear me?
There is the possibility that the special tax A will be levied in advance of bond payments being made. In that case, we do tend to, it's not necessary, but we do tend to levy the special tax A, even if bond payments are not necessary, assuming that happens. And we hold it in an improvement account to be spent on facilities. And the reason we do that is because we really don't like to allow the homeowners to see a lower property tax bill without the special tax A, which is pretty big, and then have that ratcheted up later. It can cause a lot of confusion. It can cause a lot of calls to City Hall. And besides that, the money, whether it's used on a pay-as-you-go basis or whether it's used for debt service, it all goes to facilities anyway. So there's no real change to the homeowner, whether there's capitalized interest that building permits are pulled a little bit faster than normal, and some taxes are being paid. it's transparent to the homeowner. They'll be paying both special taxes for the term. They should expect that. And whether it goes to debt service or whether it goes to pay directly for facilities, the end result is pretty much the same. So that's the way we deal with that.
Well, there must be some calculation too, or an estimate of how fast building permits will be issued, because that's obviously a revenue source to pay make the bond payments. So if you don't have sufficient development, who makes up that?
I think,
For the
council member, there is the ability to tax undeveloped land prior to the pulling of a building permit.
Right. And the trade-off is that either the developer is, and I'm going to put this in quotes, losing money through the funding of capitalized interest, or they're losing money, again in quotes, through the payment of an undeveloped tax. It's generally a collaborative effort between the city and the developer to try and gauge, and also the financial advisor and the underwriter, to try and gauge what the best amount of capitalized interest is to include. That amount might be nothing. If the developer is comfortable paying the undeveloped tax, which really is the most efficient way to do it, then that's fine. There are, though, often fractional amounts of capitalized interest that are used depending on what time of the year the bonds are issued.
Sure. Yeah. And that was explained to me based on when it gets put on the tax roll for purposes of collection. But so I did hear the attorney say that there is the possibility to tax vacant land. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Or undeveloped land?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see that anywhere in here. I guess either I missed it or was not aware of that.
It's not in a table, but there is a section that talks about how to tax undeveloped land.
Okay, and that would only be utilized if there was a shortfall between, I guess, the developed property and whatever funded interest or other resources were available to make the bond payment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
There's this is the there are two sections to the rate and method of apportionment. There are the rates, and then there's the method of apportionment. Developed property is always taxed first, and then if there are remaining unfunded expenditures, it goes next to undeveloped property, and then there are also some fail-safe steps as well in the RMA that are more for bondholder security, but that we don't really expect to reach any steps past 1 and 2.
Okay. No, that sounds good. I think with that, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council member have any comment? If he's not, then I'm going to open.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, my button froze up. I just had a quick question. So I was listening to Kurt's comments. So I heard you speaking of the base tax to be fixed on the purchase price, and that is the beginning of it. I'm a little confused because I was looking at the charts today. So just clarify that one more time for me.
Yeah. So the intent is to set both of the taxes fairly conservatively right now, knowing that they will both be adjusted prior to bond issuance based on an updated analysis and how much these homes will be selling for. Whether it's now or in the future, the idea is to have a 1.9% total effective tax rate. There are two components to that. One goes to city services, and the other goes to fund debt service on payments for facilities. So naturally, the city is very interested in making sure that city services are covered. And the developer is very interested in making sure that they get as much in bond proceeds as they possibly can. And both of those things depend on the sales price of the home. So the higher the sales price of the home, the more will be generated through other taxes besides the services tax. We'll do that analysis to determine how much we need in the services tax. And then we'll calculate the 1.9%, and the remainder goes to the facilities tax, which is used to pay debt service on the bonds.
Right. So the A is the tax A is for the services and the B is for the facilities. I'm sorry, I have it backwards. A is for the facilities. And B. So you're saying that initially you're saying you want to go more conservative, but if you base it on 1.9% of a sales price of a house, that, I mean, unless my math is off, that's going to be more than what I'm seeing on the charts. Is that not right? Like, say for example, like the house is like 400,000. Like 400,000 seems to be pretty low end right now on a new house in Galt.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying. It's 1.9% total effective tax rate. There's about 1.15-ish of ad valorem taxes and other taxes. So it's that gap between the taxes that are already on the property and then this special tax that we're voting on tonight. That's what's being absorbed by tax A and tax B.
And for people that are watching this, trying to understand what this, again, this only refers to new development. So nobody watching this tonight is going to be affected by this tax. This is all new people.
That's right.
But these fees are on top of the standard property taxes that people are going to pay. So whatever they pay, and these are in addition to that, with a 2% escalator in 2% escalator in the on the A, and you said CPI is on the B. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's it. I just wanted to clarify on that. Thank you.
Sure thing.
All right. Any other council member want to make any comment? Vice-Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, just a quick thank you to everyone that worked on this to get a lot of those questions asked or answered that were asked at the last go round. We appreciate the thoroughness. And I just want to point out for clarification, if you are watching and you plan on buying a home in this area, you'll be affected. But as long as you don't buy a home in this area, you'll be fine. So thank you all so much for doing this. I think this really gets the city on some additional steady footing moving forward. Although, I did ask for all my colleagues' sake, I did ask the city manager just this last week to do a little bit of analysis on home rooftops approved over the last five years, and also permits pulled over the last 5 years by fiscal year. And so my estimation is it's going to go pretty slow. But when he gets that information, I'm sure he'll share it with everybody. But I think that's pretty important too, looking forward. And the question about undeveloped land and meeting that gap that may very well happen. I mean, I think traditionally in our city, we build really slow and methodically, and I like that. But I think that's important to have that stopgap that you talked about. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lance, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work on this. It was a long time coming and something we really needed to maintain financial responsibility. And thank you guys.
Thank you. Now I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk, the notice of public hearing was mailed and published in accordance with the law.
Yes, the notice was mailed and published in accordance with the law. Did you hear me?
No, I did not.
Oh, sorry. Yes, notice was mailed and published in accordance with the law.
Thank you. I would like to ask the report from the city staff with regards to the establishment of the proposed community facility district.
Do you want me to give that?
Yeah, whoever.
Okay. So tonight is the public hearing for Community Facilities District number 2020-2. It consists of approximately 339 acres, 257 of which is planned for residential land uses, including 1,143 low-density detached residential units and 250 high-density residential units for a total of 1,393 residential units. The project will also include 11.4 acres of parks, 16.3 acres of rights-of-way, and 44.5 acres of open space landscape areas. The project is bounded by Twin Cities Road, State Route 104 to the north, and the Union Pacific Railroad generally to the south, Cherokee Road to the east, and Marengo Road to the west. The description of the exterior boundaries has been included in the written report that was provided to the council for this meeting, and it was recorded on the 21st day of September 2020 at the county recorder's office. The project, the facilities to be included are generally described in the resolution and the report, but include the construction of basically streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, hiking and biking trails, storm drain facilities, flood control facilities, water and wastewater facilities, parks, pedestrian bridges, fire protection facilities, library, public safety, and the like. It also includes the opportunity to enter into a joint community facilities joint community facilities agreement at a later date if school facilities should be desired to be included in the CFD. The total amount of facilities that are eligible to be funded is about $135 million. The total bonded indebtedness expected to be approved in improvement area A or 1, I apologize, is $83 million. And in improvement area number 2 is $67 million. Special taxes will be levied against the property for both the facilities costs and for services to be provided by the city and the community services district for fire protection services. And with that, I will conclude my report.
Thank you. Council, any question on that report? If it's not, then I move forward to open hearing to protest, comments and questions from interest persons, including persons owning property within the proposed community facility district. And there is no further comment testimony will be accepted. And I will ask staff to provide the answer if there is any question.
Okay, can I ask one more thing? I'm sorry. Can you please clarify, Michael or Eric, on the vacant land, like an existing person who owns, let's say, farmland right now in one of these zones? This doesn't affect them, correct? Because this is only on improved. Or can you clarify that for me, please?
It's within the 504 acres within the project boundaries, which is my understanding is owned by the developer,
right,
or controlled by the developer. And the only, there's under 12 registered voters. So the developer is the voter eventually when that comes up tonight. Did that answer your question?
So looking at the map, I mean, obviously there's the map that shows the development, and then there's parts of that map which are not currently, they're still privately owned. There's one house specifically on Marengo Road just north of the high school. As a resident there, I think it's like 5 acres they own or something like that. How is a resident such as that person affected by this?
That resident is not within the boundaries of the CFD.
Okay, so the map that I'm recollecting, I was looking at earlier today was just the overall. There was like a commercial spot on the corner of Twin Cities and Marengo. Then there was like a school site, and then there was the residential site, all that. But we're only talking about the residential site that was broken into the zones, correct?
Yes, we're only talking about those properties that are located within the boundaries of the Community Facilities District. And this will come up later in the hearing, but there are no residents located within those boundaries.
Right.
There's
And
no
that,
vote.
and this spot's broken into the 5 zones that were referred to.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other comment by any other council member? If it's not, then I would like to ask city clerk if any written protests have been received.
No written protests have been received.
And I also like to inquire to city clerk as to whether there are any persons registered to vote within the community facility district, and if so, number thereof.
No, the County of Sacramento Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within the proposed community facilities district.
I also would like to ask Ms. Hubert if owner of all of the taxable property in the district has consented to holding the special election on October 6, 2020.
Yes.
And I also like to ask city clerk if city clerk concur that the special election may be held on October 6.
Yes. Yes.
Like for that, if there is no public comment, any public comment out there?
I have no public comment.
Tina, did you have any written public comment?
No written public comments.
There is no written public comment, and I would like to close the public hearing. Then bring back that to the council. If council have any question, if it's not, then I would like to Ms. Hubert to read these recommended action.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, establishing Community Facilities District Number 2020-2 Liberty Ranch of the City of Galt, County of Sacramento, State of California, and designating 2 improvement areas therein.
And I believe, Kimberly, can we read all of them in one motion, right?
I think, if I may interject, Mayor, that the first 3 that you can call with one motion.
Okay. So Tina, first 3, can you read on these first 3?
The second resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, determining the necessity to incur a bonded indebtedness for improvement areas numbers 1 and 2 of Community Facilities District Number 2020-2 Liberty Ranch, submitting to the qualified electors of each such improvement area separate propositions to authorize the levy of a special tax therein, to authorize such Community Facilities District to incur bonded indebtedness for each such improvement area secured by the levy of a special tax therein, to finance certain types of public facilities, and to establish an appropriations limit for such Community Facilities District, and calling special elections for the Community Facilities District and the improvement areas on propositions for incurring such bonded indebtedness. The third resolution Resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, calling a special election and submitting to the voters of Community Facilities District Number 2020-2 Liberty Ranch of the City of Galt and improvement areas numbers 1 and 2 thereof, propositions regarding the annual levy of special taxes within the Community Facilities District to pay principal of and interest on bonds thereof, and to pay the costs of public facilities, a proposition with respect to the annual levy of special taxes within the Community Facilities District to pay the costs of certain services and establishing an appropriations limit therefore.
Thank you. Ashley, I believe the fourth recommendation we can do together. That's the way Kimberly send me that transcript. Ashley, up there?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was the question?
Kimberly, on the fourth one, I think we can 1, 3rd, and 4th can do together, right?
No, the
Uh,
third, after
no.
the third one, you, once those 3 have been approved, we will need the clerk to announce the results of the election. And then we can do the 4th resolution and then the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. So we have to make a vote before the clerk can announce that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm ready to entertain the motion on the first 3 items.
I'll move the first 3 resolutions.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Lozano,
I'll second.
second by Council Member Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 5-0. City Clerk, I'm gonna announce.
By stating that the official ballots have been opened and that all votes are in favor of the propositions presented on the ballots.
Thank you. Please, can you read the next recommended item?
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, declaring the results of the consolidated special elections within improvement area number 1 and improvement area number 2 of Community Facilities District number 2020-2 Liberty Ranch.
Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Lozano, second by Council Member Lamson. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 5-0. City Clerk, please, can you read the next recommended item?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2020-2 Liberty Ranch, authorizing the levy of special taxes in such Community Facilities District and improvement areas numbers 1 and 2 thereof.
Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion to approve that item.
So moved.
Motion moved by Vice Mayor Lozano,
Second.
second by Council Member Lamson. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes by 5-0. All right, moving along, the next agenda item, regular calendar. City Manager Office, Coronavirus COVID-19 update. Mr. Hind.
Yes, good evening. I wish I had better news for you. But the pandemic is still continuing to wreak havoc throughout Sacramento County. There is some good news, and I'll get to that in just a second. Our Sacramento County's cases, COVID-19 cases, have gone up 16% since our last council meeting. That's about 3,100 cases, additional cases that have been discovered since our last meeting. The number of deaths in Sacramento County has gone up 23%, and that would be 82 deaths since our last meeting. So again, the pandemic is wreaking havoc throughout the county. Here in the city of Galt, however, our cases have only gone up by 6% since our last meeting, and that's a total of 33 cases. The number of deaths due to COVID-19 here in the city of Galt remains at 7, which is the level it was at our last meeting. And so we will continue to be vigilant as a city, and we would advise our citizens to also take heed and take care of themselves and take care of each other out there. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the Sacramento County Health Order has been amended to move the state's less restrictive. We have been removed to the state's less restrictive red tier too, from the purple tier that we were in the last council, as of the last council meeting. And so what moving to the red tier entails is that some of our businesses are now allowed to open indoor operations with modifications. And these modifications include, for example, our restaurants can open with a maximum of 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer. Gyms and fitness centers can open, but a maximum of 10% capacity. Places of worship, maximum 25% capacity or 100 people, whichever is fewer. And so we've posted the details of these particular restrictions on our website. I would also like to mention that moving to the red tier also allows our businesses to be permitted for outdoor operations as well. And so, so the following Galt businesses are permitted for outdoor operations only. That would be wineries, bars, pubs, brew pubs, breweries, and distilleries may operate outdoors only if they offer sit-down outdoor meals. And so, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the COVID report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Any council member, any question, comment on coronavirus update? All right, thank you. If it's not, then I'm going to moving along the next agenda item. Public Work Department, subject. Award of contract for consultant service to prepare project initiation documentation for the Walnut Avenue Highway 99 interchange and related appropriation of the $359,000. Mr. Selling.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. This item is to consider awarding a consultant services contract to initiate the project development process for a full interchange at Walnut Avenue and State Highway Route 99. Next slide. So some background. The city has been taking steps toward this for some time now. The general plan identified the need for major improvements. The city also completed the industrial area annexation in 2018, and as you can see between Live Oak Drive and Spring Street. And then, and for that annexation, it's been anticipated that there would be an interchange to provide the primary access for that area. Additionally, the current ramps do not meet Caltrans standards. Also, not to be forgotten, maybe kind of taking a bit of a step back, in 2017, the city purchased 5 parcels that are in the northwest quadrant of essentially the intersection of the freeway and Walnut, and that was about 7.65 acres. That's the old Huseman, if I'm saying that right, auction yard property.
Yes.
And so when it came up for sale, thank you. When it came for sale at that time, the city purchased it in anticipation of the interchange. And then currently, the city is in the process of updating its general plan and circulation element, and will reflect the traffic information among other changes. And then lastly, this effort was included in this current budget. Next slide, please. So with regard to justification, as I noted, an interchange at this location is key to potential development in the recent industrial area annexation. Additionally, there's a good potential for economic benefit for the city from any remnant potentially that might be left after the interchange footprint is determined in that 7.65 former auction yard property. With regard to the general plan, there's also some potential benefit as far as a multimodal east-west connectivity between, over the freeway from either side of the city. And this is something that the city has, lacked and is desirous of. By starting this effort now, it allows the city to better compete for future grant funding. And then cost-wise, it's classic, the sooner we get started, the less it costs. Costs only go up over time. So, and this could also help avoid future congestion. On the schedule side, interchanges take about 3 to 5 years on average to go through this development process. And as you can see, I've kind of outlined the 4 major phases of that process. And we're in the first phase there with project initiation and the study alternatives. And then assuming that, that this looks good and viable, then we can move on to environmental review, which also includes a preliminary design, because you have to do a certain amount of design in order to determine the environmental impacts. And then you would go into final design and right of way, and then lastly for construction. Next slides. So just kind of a location map for reference here. As you can see on the images, an aerial image showing the location with the red circle there. You can see that the west side is essentially undeveloped. That auction yard property is kind of that gray area in that northwest quadrant on the west side. And then you can see that there are some homes that are fronting the frontage road over on the east side. So there's some residential property along that. Next slide. And this is simply just a view looking west from the east side of the freeway. This is the residential area that I spoke of. You can see kind of mailbox there on the right. And then go ahead, next slide. And then this is the opposite side of the freeway. So this is basically on the west side of the freeway and looking east. And you can see the ramps there. These are what Caltrans calls hook ramps. It's just something that that was the old terminology in the old original design when they were designing, a lot of these freeways back in the 50s and 60s. And essentially the standards that they don't meet for when you're getting off the freeway or getting on the freeway because of the curvature, it doesn't allow for very fast speeds for accelerating to get on, or it requires you to basically abruptly slow down when you're getting off. So they want something that's a little more gradual. So next slide. So with regard to the proposed scope of work, basically it'll entail all of this as far as developing some conceptual alternatives, doing some traffic analysis, performance assessment on those alternatives. There's certainly a public outreach component. There's a couple of workshops planned, and then a presentation to what is anticipated to be a joint Planning Commission City Council meeting. Then they would be looking at what are the right-of-way needs depending on the alternatives that are developed, and also developing preliminary costs for each of those alternatives. And then one of the key things on this is because the spacing for where Walnut is currently located in regards to Twin City is less than 1 mile, that's the Caltrans standard. So we would need to develop and hopefully get approval from Caltrans on a what's called a design exception, basically an exception to that standard spacing requirement. And then the other couple of pieces on this are they would prepare what's called a PAIR, or a preliminary environmental assessment report. This is just the initial environmental review, and then basically bundle it all together in what's called a project study report. Next slide. So this was, something just for context to kind of show the Huseman auction yard property and how it relates to the area there at Walnut Avenue and Highway 99. So this is kind of looking southeast over the area. Again, about 7.65 acres. The city purchased it in 2017 for about $1.3 million. And currently we lease it to the ANT Pallet Company. And basically it's just a kind of a storage area for pallets. And I think they do some truck parking and whatnot there. We basically wanted a use that, wouldn't do a lot of improvement to it, not knowing what we may need for the potential interchange. Next slide. So on the recommendation, we're asking the council to consider a resolution to authorize the city manager to execute the consultant contract agreement with GHD in the amount of $503,940 for the Walnut Avenue State Route 99 interchange, CIP 518A, for the project initiation document. And then authorizing an appropriation of $359,000 into that CIP account from Fund 11 for the project. And Mr. Clarkson and I are available to answer any questions. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you so much. This is kind of exciting because I remember when we bought the property, trying to look up so we didn't have to take somebody's property when they started the overpass. It'll be great for the industrial park so trucks can get on and off. So just to make it clear, when we purchased the property, it did not come from general fund, it came from transportation funds. And these dollars that you're asking us to allocate are coming from the CIP fund?
Yes, this would be from transportation funds as well.
Okay. That's exciting. Okay, thank you.
Mike, I have a question for you.
Yeah, good.
So just quick summary here. Originally, you said there was 200,000 was budgeted for what, if I understood it correctly, was to basically ask for an exception more or less from Caltrans because of the close proximity to the Twin Cities overpass. But now I just want to understand the difference of what we originally were going to do with the 200 and now what we're going to get with the 539. Like what is it that we're doing and why is it better?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Farmer. Yeah, so it's initially when we were anticipating getting started on this, there was the concern about the interchange spacing. And so we thought maybe the first step would just be to do the traffic analysis to support essentially the design exception for that interchange spacing, knowing that's kind of the big hurdle with Caltrans. Since that time, we put that it was about $220,000 that we put in the budget for that effort. And since that time, when we actually kind of sat down and started working on the scope, we thought, why really kind of leave ourselves to the, let's say we cross that hurdle. Now we've got to go back and rebudget and whatnot. And so we're getting started on this. We thought, let's budget for, the full, what we call project initiation document level phase. And that way we're covered as far as, getting the scope of work and to ask council once we got the proposals in, to ask council for the balance of the funding needed in order to do the rest of that work. So.
Okay, so I think I was thinking, so the question I was getting to was, why do the 200, why do that work and then if we cleared that hurdle, then have to go back and then start this, so it would take longer to do it. Is there a certain amount of risk we're doing it seems like we're kind of just, let's just go for it and do this extra work. And we're just assuming that they're going to give us the blessing with the proximity thing. And then if they do, then we're good. What happens if they come back and they say we don't? Did we do a bunch of things that, I understand this money is kind of just for this kind of thing, but is there a risk that they come back and say no, and then we went ahead and spent the extra money and we didn't get anything? Is there?
Yeah, so to basically the way it would work, we would still do that traffic analysis and then, put forth the design exception, work with Caltrans on that. We've gotten some preliminary, what I should say too, is we've gotten a preliminary indication that they were receptive to that design exception. So yes, there's still definitely a risk. I think we've got some creative consultants. GHD has done a lot of work for the city in the past. They're familiar. They're already currently working as a sub-consultant for the community development department, doing the circulation traffic work in related to the general plan update. And so I think this project can benefit, from some of that data too. But essentially, like I said, when we sat down to scope this thing, we thought, well, we'll scope it for the full, thing, assuming we can get over the Caltrans design exception hurdle. And that way we don't have to go out with another proposal to ask consultants again, okay, now that we've crossed that hurdle, we need you guys to give us a scope for the rest of this. So it saves us, just additional time, because that's probably about a 3 to 4 month process to develop a proposal, ask for, those proposals, review them, interview consultants, and get somebody under contract kind of thing. So that's why we built the full scope for this.
All right, 2 additional quick questions. So I'm assuming the contract for the 359 with the consultant is they're actually going to be basically going to bat for us. You just mentioned their relationship with Caltrans, so we're part of what they're doing for us is advocating on our behalf to Caltrans to get that first hurdle.
Yeah, they've done this type of work in multiple districts. The states, as far as Caltrans goes, the state's divided into 12 districts. And so they've done work in other districts as well as District 3, the one that we're in. And basically, so they have, some relationships with them. And like I said, even through Mr. Clarkson some months ago, we had good feedback from Caltrans. They seemed receptive to this. So, and I think GHD has got a couple of creative thoughts as to, how we might potentially even meet that spacing, depending on, on how you measure which ramps you're looking at as far as the spacing determination. So, so I think there's a couple of opportunities.
Remind me at this point in time, what is the projected cost of this entire project? And with that being said, I know the next, obviously at some point we're going to start pursuing, funding from whatever sources. Are we going to pursue that aggressively? You mentioned 3 to 5 years, typical, time frame or something like this. I mean, I was under the impression this was kind of on the back burner and it was just kind of sitting there for a long time. But I mean, are we pushing the ball forward? Is this ball going to keep rolling, or is this just like a little bit of an inch forward and then stop again kind of thing?
Well, it's probably somewhere in between, honestly. Like you saw those 4 phases that I showed. So this project initiation phase, the first preliminary phase, this is estimated to take probably about 18 months or so. And this is kind of a normal pace. So we don't have any development pressures necessarily, driving that, okay, there's going to be, some major, retail center or something like that that's going to generate a lot of traffic driving this. The example I'll give you, and you may not be familiar, but the city of Stockton some years ago, when they developed a bunch of commercial out off of 8 Mile Road and I-5, and I mean, there's, the whole gamut of stuff out there from Kohl's to, I think, a Home Depot, several restaurants, and the list goes on kind of thing. And they did not, they weren't on the, ahead of the curve, so to speak, on developing the interchange to serve that commercial traffic. And so consequently, they had all this, demand out there, and the facility couldn't handle it traffic-wise. So there was about 2 years while it was under construction that they were behind. And it just really, was just a mess, quite frankly. That's where you don't want to be. And so by doing this preliminary work now, if something does, pop up onto our radar, say in the next couple, 2, 3 years or something like that, we will have already, been into the process and had a good jump start on it, so that when we do get into the actual environmental review and determining what alternative we're going to go forward with, and then into the final design and right away, and ultimately construction, that process then flows a little more smoothly. Again, this is kind of, the keys here is if we get this done, we at least come up with some alternatives. It puts us in a good position to seek additional grant funding, from SACOG or others. We would fully envision that, as you noted, we can't build this thing all ourselves, we can use our traffic impact fees, to pay for a portion of it. But as far as costs, I mean, interchanges and just the cost of everything, is higher and higher. And I'm a little more removed from it from my designing days, but I would estimate this interchange would probably be, depending on right-of-way impacts and, assuming we don't hit any major environmental issues or something, you're probably looking in the 30, maybe $35 million range for this interchange. So,
Well, I
yeah.
do understand the importance of having it moving forward, because if we do get somebody interested in that industrial area over there, from my understanding, that area needs a lot of mitigation with floodplains and stuff. So if we get somebody interested and we have we can see the interchanges in the works, then obviously that's a good big carrot to help out. So,
right.
Thank you for your answers. That was very helpful, Mike. Thanks.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, if I could just piggyback on that piece, I think, when we look at this interchange, there's a couple of things that go into play, and what Councilmember Farmer said is absolutely correct. If you have an interested party in that industrial area, and we have some plans ready to go for an interchange, they can use that as a benchmark. But the other piece of it is it's very nice, especially with SACOG and some of these other funding sources, that you have shovel-ready plans, especially in a competitive environment, where you can show that you're ready to go. You just need the money, and that really helps secure funding. And I've even seen in the last 2 years where the federal government's even kicked in more money, because our region, our Council of Governments region, has delivered on plans, one, and then two, has had plans ready to go for additional support. So it is kind of a, if you take each one of these things in isolation, like the development of the industrial area, the development of the interchange, and if you take those in isolation, sometimes it doesn't quite make sense why we would be moving forward if we have nothing to serve. But I've lived in a community where they didn't, very much like Mr. Selling was talking about, where there was this interest in bringing businesses in, and there was no infrastructure, and so it's important to have that all kind of working together, I think. And so anyhow, I just wanted to add that on. I have no questions, but I appreciate the work on this, and we'll certainly work at the SACOG level to make sure that they understand that this is one of the projects that we're bringing forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Campion.
I have no comments at this time.
Thank you. I have just only one, not a question, just clarification. Mr. Selling, you said the Twin City Road and Walnut, they are less than a 1 mile, right?
Correct.
And the call train usually have a problem with that, right?
Yes, their standard is to have a 1 mile spacing, correct.
And what we thinking with the GHD, we can get some kind of variance from them in order to interchange?
Yes, that's our plan.
Okay. My question, we giving that contract like in scope of work to GHD?
Correct.
And did we get any other?
Yes, we got 4 proposals. And then from that, when staff reviewed those 4 proposals, they determined 3 of them were probably the ones that they wanted to interview the consultants and, and basically explore what their proposals were, meet their team kind of thing, get a better sense of them and their qualifications and their ideas. And from that screening of those 3 interviews, it was basically a unanimous decision amongst the panel, which included an outside vendor for us to select GHD.
All right. The other question, I remember the GHD, when you have the other beds, have the interview, and most of the project in the city I think we're doing with the GHD, right? Because they are very experienced, or we feel more comfortable and we don't want to deal with the other one. What was the?
Yeah, I can't speak for, the work that they're doing with the community development department. I think they're a sub-consultant actually. I think part of the advantage, I guess, if you will, that they have is because they have worked with the city, fairly often, I guess, over the last several years, and so they're familiar with the city. There are good working relationships too. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's more that they are that familiarity that they bring. They've done a lot of the work. They don't necessarily have to, get up to speed like another consultant is going to spend some time, reviewing documents and getting up to speed, getting familiar, with our area. So that's, basically an advantage that they bring. I think we had actually of those three, and I'll be straight up, full disclosure, I used to work for one of the other ones. And, and I thought, well, my former firm might be pretty competitive on this. And I think they were. I think they were a close second. But yeah, we had three good proposals. And from what I heard, we could have gone with any. But I think, because GHD did have that familiarity and have been doing some of the work with community development, so there's some synergy and maybe scale of economy savings, so to speak, there. That they had an edge.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. And this project is good for the city, and especially there is annexation for the light commercial over there, because they need a access in and out very clear. And I think I'm supporting this one. Now I would like to ask if there is any public comment. Tina Rose.
There are no public comments on the attendee side.
And there are no written public comments.
That's the last chance. Any council member have any comment before we move to the motion? Thank you. Tina, could you please read the recommended action on this agenda item?
Adopt a resolution, 1, authorizing the city manager to execute a consultant contract agreement with GHD in the amount of $503,940 for the Walnut Avenue Highway 99 interchange, CIP 518A project initiation document, and 2, authorizing an appropriation of $359,000 into CIP 518A from the Capital Acquisition Traffic Circulation Fund 011 for the project.
Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion on this agenda item.
So moved.
Motion moved by Councilmember Lanson, second by Councilmember Farmer. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passes with 5-0. Next agenda item I, communication. There's any communication?
We did receive one more public comment during the meeting. This is from Jan Boyd on Creekside. Please keep the original plan concerning the approval of the island annexation of the roads in Creekside. I live on Ranch Road and do not want to see it turn into a thoroughfare for speeding cars, as we may have children playing outside in the streets, particularly after school hours and all day on weekends. It is already a busy road and I don't want to see it get much worse. Also, there isn't any park for kids in either the Creekside or Parker Creek locations. Now another subdivision will be added with no place to play for kids or to walk your dogs or for seniors to walk. I was promised that the nature area was going to be an island park, saving the oaks and making a nice place for residents to walk and congregate. That was 20 years ago when I chose to have Mike Guthrie build my home there and before he bought the other lots and land and expanded the area. Right now, that area is overgrown with trees and weeds and homeless camps. I feel the new builders should be required to maintain that area into a parkway to keep this area nice, a nice community for all residents. And those same builders should be required to adhere to the island annexation of the roads in Creekside.
Thank you. Next agenda item J, City Clerk Report. Ms. Hilbert.
Yes, tonight I have a recommendation of adopt a resolution designating filing positions and disclosure categories for conflicts of interest. The Political Reform Act requires every public agency to adopt and promulgate a conflict of interest code and to review its conflict of interest code biennially. This review must be completed prior to October 31st, 2020. Galt Municipal Code Section 2.60.30 designates the public officials and employees who are subject to the disclosure and filing requirements. They include council members, planning commissioners, city manager, city attorney, city treasurer, and finance director. This section also includes the addition of other designated positions adopted by resolution. The Galt Municipal Code Section 2.60.040 designated officials, employees are required to file statements of economic interests, reporting those financial interests that may be affected by their decisions, including business positions, interest in real property, and sources of income. Exhibit A to the proposed resolution designates those city officials and employees whose positions involve the making of decisions which may affect their financial interests. The only amendments tonight being proposed are to update the job titles to reflect the current positions. These titles are reflected on the red line version on the attachment to the agenda report. Do you have any questions?
Any council member have any question? Any public comment?
I have not received any written public comment.
And I have no public comments on the attendee side.
Thank you. I would like to move a resolution designating filing position and disclose categories for conflict of interest. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Lozano. Nina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye, motion passes by 5-0. Next agenda item is City Clerk.
So the recommendation is Councilmember Lamson appoint a community member to the Galt Youth Commission to fill a vacant position with a term ending December 2020. And Councilmember Farmer or Mayor Sandu appoint a community member to the Galt Youth Commission to fill a vacant position with a term ending December 2022. The three positions have been vacant for several months and the city has recently received 2 applications. They're attached to your agenda report from Mary Maga and Jessica Hill. Council members can choose to nominate the applicants or table their selection. The first appointment would be from Councilmember Lamson with a term ending December 2020.
So I know one of the applicants actually applied in August, but we're having a really hard time without enough mentors. Is it possible for me to, since my appointment would only be for a month, to forego my appointment and let the other 2 council members appoint, and then the new council members that come on appoint? Is that acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
If you guys want to, okay.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that. Thank you, Paige.
So we're going to table. Okay, so Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and nominate Miss Hill, I guess, was one of the applicants.
Yes, Jessica Hill.
I would like to nominate her for my appointment for
Okay.
term ending 2020.
Okay, and Mayor Sandu.
What's the name of the other one?
Mary Maga.
Yeah, I would like to appoint her on my appointee.
Okay. We will get in touch with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much. We're looking forward to having them help us.
Thank you. Comments by staff. I would like to ask Mr. Hines on his staff. Any comment?
Yes, I'll start it off with actually some good news. The Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Television Commission has approved our request for funding for the 2020/2021 fiscal year. And this has resulted in a receipt of a grant or approval of a grant for a little over $50,000. And these dollars will be used to upgrade the control room equipment and software here at City Hall, and also be used to make improvements to the chamber as well. And some of those chamber improvements include a lectern, microphone, antenna, cable, camera, and cabling for guest speaker setup in the lobby. So yeah, I just thought I'd start off with some good news. These dollars, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side, were budgeted. And so they're already baked into the current budget, but we wanted to let you know that that we did receive this, or we're slated to receive this grant, and wanted to give you some good news tonight. Meanwhile, I will go around the table here, and we'll start with Armando.
I have nothing. I think I've talked enough tonight.
Understood. All right, we will now go to our Community Development Director, Craig.
The only thing I'd offer is this council has made it very clear in the second meeting in a row. They're looking for a process that's inclusive of comments, that's thoughtful, that's methodical. And I think between myself and the city manager, we've heard that, and how we process applications before you. We're going to make sure we're taking those comments into how that process unfolds. So thank you all very much.
Very good, very good. All right, Economic Development Manager, Amy Mendez.
Good evening. Just wanted to update council on two things quickly. One is the Turn Sacramento Orange campaign that's being launched by Sacramento County. It's somewhat of a play on words with the tier system that is being pushed by the state right now, but also in terms of Halloween with the color orange. So we are really trying to get the residents of Sacramento County to help us get to the orange tier by Halloween. We have to stay in the red tier for 3 weeks. And so that pushes us up towards Halloween. We actually already qualify with the positivity rate for the orange tier. So we still have some ways to go with the actual number of cases. So Sac County has developed some social media material. There's a media marketing campaign. They have some window decals that were distributed along with posters. And so you'll start to see a lot of media, and press coming through for the Turn Sacramento Orange campaign. They have a website that's been developed with a lot of information. So that was launched last week. And so we'll start pushing that out on our Facebook page. The other is the Eat, Drink, Support Local campaign. So that launched last week as well. We have developed the logos that were shown to council during the last meeting. We put together a webpage with a link to all of the eating and drinking establishments and the delivery services, links to those individual restaurants and eating establishments on the webpage. We also featured the campaign on the front of the citywide newsletter. We have it in the biweekly that was just released. And I have been out delivering stickers with the campaign logo and window decals to the restaurants and different drinking establishments in the community, with a little cover letter explaining the campaign and sort of what we're trying to do to help our local businesses. The businesses we've been featuring on our Facebook page as well. So each week we'll highlight one business to kind of interview and get some fun information out on the owners and the business itself. Last week we featured Life's a Grind, and this week Barsetti's was featured. So we'll continue to pull those sort of randomly and interviewing businesses to highlight some of the reasons why folks should be really paying attention to our local businesses. We also ordered a couple of banners. They'll be placed in front of City Hall with the logo, and then there's one at Community Park and in front of Smud Park. Those will be out there within the next week or so. So just kind of wanting to make sure we have that on the forefront with our residents and that they understand really how important it is. We did move into the red tiers, so our restaurants are able to open at 25% capacity, but that really isn't enough to really get them to a point where they're kind of back to normal. So I think this is still important to push the message out. So stay tuned on that. You'll start to see a lot more information kind of being pushed out through our social media. But that's it for me, unless you have any questions.
Thank you.
I just have one question, Ms. Mendez. Would it be possible for you to put the packet that you're handing out to businesses into our boxes?
Sure.
So we can have like a visual. I'm a real visual person. Something that we can see, touch, and feel, and so we know what you're doing. And I'll tell you, it's been really nice getting out into some of our local eateries here lately. Indoors, and I was at one of the restaurants. They had a band playing, and there was, I don't know, probably less than 10% capacity, but as we were leaving, it was starting to pick up. So I think some of this is working, and I would hope that our citizens would really start to invest back into our businesses and the eateries and also the goods, the places that sell goods. So yeah, I would just like to see if we could get one of those packets in our boxes. I'd appreciate it.
I'll get you guys some stickers and some window decals so you can hand them out if you come across individuals that are interested. In terms of the restaurants and, just folks are really clamoring, I think, to get out and to get back to some type of normalcy. So the restaurants really, I think that that's a big one for us to be able to open back up. I had mentioned last week that we put on our Facebook page the Halloween event that Parks and Recreation is putting on at the market. And that Facebook post was shared 84 times. And it's one of the most I've seen, at least since I've been handling the Facebook page for the city. So I think that families are excited to get out and do things with their kids. And so hopefully we can kind of do more of that now that we're moving along in the tier system. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief Sockman.
Good evening, all. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll try to keep it short. A lot of great comments from the public tonight, and so we always appreciate when we can hear from the public about what is going on and what's not going on in the city. But the only thing I'd like to remind everybody that's still listening is that we are very fortunate and blessed to have a professional organization here with the Galt Police Department, working directly with other city staff on any issues that may come up, and they do everything within our means to make sure that the public is safe and that all their concerns are met. So I think that's really important. So I know there's a lot of discussion that's going to be followed up about some of the public comments today, and but I just want to rest assured the public and the council that everything that could have been done has been done, specifically with that address that was discussed today. So a lot of times it's a misunderstanding of, you heard time and time again, the citizens that were coming forward saying that, well, the person was arrested, but then he's back out and he is back at the residence and he's back causing problems. The arrest is made. I can't speak on behalf of what happens after they get arrested. But I can tell you that we are well aware of the address. We're well aware of the people that are there. We understand what the concerns are from the neighbors. So We have a great group of police officers and staff, and they work extremely hard. I'm very proud of everything that they've done, specifically with this address. So, and that's all I have for tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Mike, anything, Public Works Director Selling, anything else for us?
Maybe just two quick ones. Maybe some folks probably saw it in the biweekly too, but just to kind of get the word out more. We are using some goats to do some vegetation management in the gulch. So if people see them out there, that's what's going on. It's intentional, and pretty much, nature is probably the most efficient way to deal with the vegetation in that, especially with the environmental sensitivities and whatnot. So just an FYI on that. And then, obviously we're getting into the fall here, and the leaves are going to start falling. Our maintenance crews are, busy cleaning drain inlets and things like that, preparing for the rainy season. And just to remind folks that as those leaves and stuff start to fall, make sure you put them in your yard waste cans so we can keep them out of the gutters and out of the drains, and avoid any nuisance type flooding. So with that, that's all I got. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Mike. I would like to let the council and public know that your city manager was the subject of a bit of a chuckle when I saw the contract for the goats. I thought it was a typo. I picked up the phone and called Mike. I said, Mike, I think this says goats. And Mike says, yeah, it says goats. So I have successfully moved from worrying about beach whales and other sea life in my old position, and now dealing with goats. So I think I've come full circle. So I just wanted to share that chuckle with the council and the public. So next up, and speaking of contracts, how about Kimberly or Ashley? Any word?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Hines. This is Ashley Zambrano. Good evening, everyone. I just have a very quick update to let everyone know that as I'm sure everyone is aware, the legislature has been very busy. The governor has signed and vetoed much legislation. So we are working to compile a summary of new legislation that's been signed and vetoed, and evaluating in particular the special impacts to cities, and we'll report back shortly. And that's it from me.
All right, very good. City Clerk Hubert, anything further?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Rose, anything further from you?
Nothing further from me.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, that concludes staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Next agenda item, comments by City Council member, future agenda item. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, I know it's late and I won't be too long. I just want to mention one thing for maybe a future agenda item. And I mean, it doesn't have to be any time in the immediate future, but as we face this lighting landscape issue moving forward, I think it'd be good to bring back kind of an update, and maybe this happens, in December. But I'd like to at least have the discussion of the idea of engaging our commissions and committees in this issue and in public outreach. I spoke to the city manager about this, I think last 2 weeks ago, maybe last week, but just really engaging maybe the Park and Rec Commission to begin to do some more public outreach related to our maintenance, landscape corridor maintenance, our park maintenance, and also our park facilities maintenance, and see if we can't begin to tackle that issue. It was a topic that came up quite a bit at the candidates forum the other night, and it's certainly, no excuse, but we've been kind of bogged down with quite a bit of stuff this last year. So I would just ask if my colleagues would be willing to bring that forward and at least begin to have that discussion about engaging some of our committees and commissions to assist with some public outreach.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And that's all I have. I really have nothing else tonight.
Thank you. Council Member Campion.
One item, and it's, maybe it's more for the benefit of first, but I think that we should bring forward, there's a resolution, I believe, that was approved that talks about the amount of time staff spends on a particular project or a request by council. And I think the objective there was to, avoid any single council member. And I think that's how it originally came up from engaging staff in requests that take a considerable amount of time and can divert, their normal activities and put other things behind. And it was generally titled the 2-hour rule. Basically, anything that required staff time in excess of 2 hours had to be approved and brought back to the council. So for maybe the next agenda, if we could just put that on for discussion purposes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. And city manager heard it and I heard it. We can do the best we can. Thank you. Council Member Lanson.
Yeah, I just want to say as a member of the Air Quality Board, I love the fact that you have goats down in there in the Gulch. Well, I guess they do have methane, maybe a little bit of emissions, but come to think of it. But we do try to keep those areas because the fish do swim in there and the creeks. And I know there's a whole creek group that likes to keep all that clean. And so that's way to use what we have and not get a bunch of people down there with lawnmowers and things. So I really appreciate that. And just thank you for zoning in the area, the little island. So I think it's time that they're part of the city. So I really appreciate that. And have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. Council Member Farmer.
Yeah, piggybacking on what Vice Mayor Lozano said a minute ago, I am looking forward to seeing some options come. I hear that we very soon are going to have some options presented before the council on some, short-term, midterm options for us, ideas on the landscaping. And I think what you were mentioning, Rich, was more about using the commissions for outreach to, I guess from an education standpoint, if I was understanding, just so people understand. I know, look, I talk to people every day and you have the same story you have to explain. And once people understand and they're not happy, but they at least understand and to be able to have to say that story, dozens of times I get. So any outreach to the community is always going to be good, but I look forward to seeing those options. And if goats are one of them, then, you put goats out in the park. I had to throw that in. That's the first thing I thought of when you said goats. I was like, what? So, on a lighter note, actually, one more before I to lighter note. So regarding the Oberlin thing, I appreciate the chief's comments. I do, look, I understand there's some times that we are kind of hamstringed on doing some things, but I don't want to just dismiss this issue. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Hines, about reaching out together with staff, all staff, not just PD, but code enforcement, even legal. I would like to see what legal options there are. Obviously, this is a big deal with how many families and all this, and this is a festering wound that needs to be have some attention. So I appreciate that, Lorenzo, getting and reporting back to us on that. On a lighter note, I want to thank Lions again for their work at the park. Again, I'm hoping to see more community involvement from other organizations at some point when we're able to start doing that. Amy Mendez mentioned something which made me think of something else. There was talk about a drive-in thing a while back. I remember seeing somebody was talking about the CSD event that they had, I guess, in the end of September. And there was talk, we were looking at that, but I guess at the time we weren't in the red zone or whatever zone, whatever we are. But I was looking at what they did there and I was talking to I would like to see, we have a little bit of time left in the fall before the winters comes in. I would like to see something like that looked into, if we could do something like that. I don't know if any staff, Amy or anybody has any comment on it.
I have a comment on that.
Okay. Go ahead.
So through the guidelines that have been laid out through the state, we felt that the guidelines were too restrictive to have an event like that. No food trucks, can't get out of your vehicle, must wear a mask in your vehicle. You have to have security on site. It just felt too restrictive and not a good time for people to have to go out and try and relax. So we decided to go away from that event.
I thought, but when I looked at the CSD event, they didn't have any of those restrictions, and they had food truck. We're allowed to have food trucks under the red criteria that we're under now. I mean, I just think maybe it'd be worth could we not maybe submit the application for a theoretical event under the same exact guise as CSDs and just see what they say and see if they reject it or not? I mean, have we even tried?
These are the guidelines that are set by the state.
Well, how was CSD able to do it then?
According to my
I asked the same question.
according to my sources, the CSD did their own permit. So we might be able to ask them. And this is something the Youth Commission has been looking into because Vice Mayor Lozano's talked about it. And
Yeah, I remember you guys bringing it up. Yeah.
yeah, they were all ready to do it. We've had meetings with city staff and Zooms, and we're ready. So those kids are on it. As soon as we can do it, we will have it.
All right, so we'll look into it, and again, we're dealing with a higher tier now, and so we'll look into it and we'll report back to council.
I would appreciate that. And I'll
I
just
think
close
too
off.
that I was just going to say that last week, I think that the county released a new application. So individual organizations can apply for events. So it might be worth just submitting a different application to see if it's something that we can at least get a response on. That came out last week. We have another meeting with them, Environmental Health, on Thursday. So it might be something we can just ask of them during our meeting to see what the take is, if we can just emulate exactly what CSD did, if that's okay. So
Yeah, I just would like to look into it, Lorenzo, if we can do that and see if maybe there's some differences now than the pushback we got before. And the last thing I just want to close out with is just saying, I know some of you saw that post floating around on Facebook about the firefighters from Texas that came through and stopped at Velvet Grill. Just a good example of what a great town we have. For those of you who didn't see it, we had some firefighters that were passing through, stopped at Velvet for lunch, and all the patrons in the restaurant picked up their tab. And I think it's been, like, last time I looked, it's been shared like 2,200 times been shared. So, I mean, it's reached literally thousands and probably 100,000 people with that many shares. Just a cool snapshot of who we are here in Galt and the kind of people we have here. So it's such dark times still, and all the things that are going on, kind of cool to see a refreshing story. So that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, John. The last one, first of all, I would like to thank you, all the staff doing a good job. Everybody dedicated, especially on their agenda item. I thank you for Craig Hoffman. I know he spent extra time to give some extra report. I also like to thank you, everybody else. I also like to thank you for the public comment. These public give us a comment, give us a feedback. So give us a guideline, whatever they want. If they don't give us a public comment, and most likely we don't know what community wants. And I really appreciate they get a time, is public comment. It's no matter public comment from Citizen of Galt, is annex, is annex citizen or on the county. I really appreciate all the public comment. And also public comment, I really appreciate about the safety. Yes, we can make every effort to make our citizenship safe. Moreover, I also like to thank you, Lions Club, Sunrise Rotary Club, and Chamber. And they're doing a lot of community work. Thank you for all. And if anybody have any question or any comment, if it's not, it is kind of late. I would like to adjourn the meeting. Be safe, and COVID out there, be safe, keep social distancing. Thank you. Good night.
Right.